Session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for coming back today. Today will be Happy Friday. We will begin this morning where we left off. We will begin with the Department of Labor. The Department of Labor basically have been merged with or has been budgeted along with the Agency for Human Resources and Development. So there used to be two different entities. Through an executive order, the Agency for Human Resources and Development has been made a part of the Department of Labor. Prior to beginning the discussion on the Department of Labor, there were some various questions yesterday with regards to understanding exactly the appropriation levels coming from the different funds and being allocated to the different item categories, budget item categories. And so last night, our staff began the work basically of putting together a cheat sheet, you might want to call it, for the individual senators here who have trouble following the allocation of the special funds. And I wanted to ask the OFB director to work to basically just give you a brief outline of the new budget digest there. This is not part of the budget digest. This is to help you as you're looking at what's in the bill to determine what amounts are funding which categories when special funds are involved. So I'd like to ask Chris to just briefly walk through this.
Okay, we'll start with the Department of Labor. Page 85, if you look at the sheet with the green shade on it for the Department of Labor, and then kind of put it up side by side next to the categories, the numbers in the total column on the cheat sheet should match the columns in the bill on page 85. And then if you go through the columns to the left of that, GF is for general fund, SF is for special funds, and FM is for federal match. And so basically it just breaks out where the monies are coming from within each object category. And then if you follow it down, the numbers in column A are what will appear in the base operational appropriations funding source table, which comes right after the object class table. So the items in row A at the bottom under GF 1334029, and you can see in the summary table, it's 133029, and so on and so forth. And then it also shows you the salary increments below that, and then the four different pool accounts and where the funding sources are for those. And then at the very bottom, it gives you the grand total of general fund base operations plus increments plus the pools. And that is basically your agency budget in grand total. And then you can see the general funding for Department of Labor is $1,000,003 from the general fund, $1,050,000 from the Manpower Development Fund, and $36,000 in federal matching.
So it's just it's additional information that breaks up the totals that you see in the budget, so that if you had a question of where those funds are coming from, you can look at what was prepared for you. And we will hand out a similar sheet like this for all the other agencies as we get to them. So you'll be able to have that at your disposal.
Yes.
Yes.
We will include for those as well.
We'll give you those also. Okay? So it's just to make it a little easier for you to follow. And if you had questions then, you can look them up. And then if you still have further questions, then we can respond to them. The Department of Labor, the Agency for Human Resources Development, was prepared, of course, by the agency staff and management under the direction and certification of the Bureau of Budget and Management. The general fund funding request in this fiscal year was for $1.4 million, 1435752. The OFB recommendation increases that amount by a little over $1 million to $2,448,251. The bulk of that, of course, coming from the Manpower Development Fund. The Manpower Development Fund, as you know, fund is funded from the alien labor fee that is paid for each individual alien labor application filed, and there's an application fee and a permit fee. Permit fee has been set at $1,000 per alien labor. The OFB, looking at the increase in the alien labor that will occur over the next several years, has authorized additional positions within the Alien Labor Certification Division and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Basically, what we're doing is we're funding 2 labor law enforcement specialists and an administrative assistant within that division. We are also funding some additional survey workers and a survey worker supervisor for the Bureau of Labor Statistics that would help us gather information regarding labor and labor data regarding wages and other information. The contractual services department has also been increased to a budgeted amount of $31,250. The total increase then from the general fund is $369,351, plus of course the increase in the alien labor certification division. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is the summary of the alien labor AHRD budget. Any comments and questions? Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you once again for doing such a good job. That being said, working with what you currently have and working with the request that came to you, I still don't think it's adequate. But let me talk a little bit, once again, before we get into this, about the value of the Department of Labor. Once again, it's not one of those 3 magic categories that everybody says that only government should do: health, safety, and education. This is something outside, but it's an equally critical part of the public structure that we are working on the budget for right now. The Department of Labor needs to go out and protect 60,000 workers on Guam. That is their mandate. That is their job, to ensure that these workers are fully protected under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act and local labor laws that this body has passed. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible for them to come anywhere close to meeting their mandate. When we talk about labor law enforcement, the department currently only has 3 people to do it. 3 bodies. Now, I know these 3 folks. They work hard and they do an incredible job. But they are not superhuman. They are not going to work 300 hours a week. It's impossible. They do above and beyond the call of duty, but in no way can they meet the mandate of the department. They have become a very reactionary agency as opposed to a proactive agency. We know across the nation that local departments of labor are far more effective when they are proactive, when they go out and talk to workers, henceforth the Department of Labor, not the Department of Management, when they go out and ask workers about what's going on at the work site, because most working people aren't up to speed on what their rights are and what the laws say. Unfortunately, our Department of Labor doesn't have the resources to get out and do it. Now, to the director's credit, when I first became chair of the Committee on Labor, I met with her and I explained this concept, and she went back and tried to get her staff to go out and start doing these proactive inspections and surveys of work sites. Unfortunately, with only 3 people, it's impossible for them to do it. Their work burden is insane as it is. So we need to fund this department more, and we'll get to funding later on. I just wanted people to know how important it is. Even those of us that work in labor law, that are familiar with it and work with it every day, we still don't know all the parameters and all the court cases and all the rights of every employee, but we know where to find them. That's why it's so important to go out and talk to workers and inspect and make sure their boss is doing what they're supposed to be doing instead of stealing from them and their families. And we know that it happens because I have people come to my office on a regular basis and tell me about how the boss will order them to be at work at 9, but then say they can't clock in till 11, and then they don't pay them for those 2 hours. Or when it slows down at the fast food restaurant, they'll force them to clock out and have them sit down and not pay them for those hours. And then when it gets busy again, they let them clock back in and start making money. These are unacceptable labor practice and clear violations of the law, but most workers don't understand. They don't know that these are something that they should be making, they should be going to the Department of Labor and talking about. But these practices stop very quickly when we have an active and proactive Department of Labor going out and talking to workers and educating them on their rights. So this is something that's very important to all of us. And then we talk about alien certification. Now, I made a point last night to go out and talk to some of my friends at the Department of Labor and find out how we're actually working. And it was educational to me. I wanted to make sure I knew what I was talking about when I got here this morning. And we have 2 divisions. We have the Division of Alien Labor Certification, and then we have the Division of Wage and Hour. Now, Alien Labor Certification, their job and their team is to go out to these work sites and the camps and make sure that alien laborers are working within their job category. So when you bring in a temporary foreign worker, right, that's supposed to be a carpenter, we bring them in and they're supposed to only do carpenter work. Not do electronic work, not lay block, not do anything else, only carpentry work. And then these inspectors that go out to make sure, they go and check their badges and find out if they're laying block and they're a carpenter, hey, you're breaking the deal, and they got to send them back. So we have that division, but they're only inspecting for that. Now that division does not go out and inspect to find out if that worker's actually getting paid what they're supposed to be paid. They're not inspecting and finding out whether that worker is getting illegal deductions for certification, for application fees, for all the bad illegal employment practices some of these agencies do. That goes under wage and hour. So there needs to be a comprehensive team out inspecting and protecting not just these workers, but all the workers on Guam. Whenever we can squeeze one worker for more work at less pay, it affects every worker and drives down the wages for everyone. So it is almost impossible to do that when you have 3 workers. And then when you go through the rest of the staffing pattern, so at wage and hour, they only have 3 people to do it. At workman's comp, which we know is a huge issue on Guam because people get hurt on the job all the time here, we only have 1 workman's comp examiner. And we wonder why there's a huge backlog and people aren't getting paid the workman's comp that they deserve, that they paid for. And then we look at the safety inspector on the job site for the occupational safety and health. We wonder why work sites are dangerous on Guam. With over 2,000 businesses and probably tens of thousands of work sites on Guam, we only have 1 safety. No, we don't have 1 safety inspector. It's vacant still, though I think we funded it this time, the vacancy. So congratulations on at least funding the 1 safety inspector position. Let's hope they can hire him fairly quickly and get somebody out to protect these workers on the job site. That is just so critical, making sure that workers have the steel-toe shoes that they're mandated by law to have, that they reinforce the scaffolding, that they reinforce the sides of trenches so they don't collapse and bury workers alive, like we have seen happen in the past. And then we keep going through the staffing pattern. The alien labor processing, well, that's been moved to the special fund appropriation. The Fair Employment Practice Officer. Oh, wait, there's nobody working there, but I assume we funded that position. So at least it's funded, but unfortunately we have no one there. As we see, we've basically gutted our Department of Labor so that it can't function and protect the working people that it's supposed to serve. So, in conclusion, let me go through this, that you have done a great job with the budget that was asked for you. You've redistributed the money, you've filled a couple of the vacancies, but hopefully we'll look through of building this back into a more functional Department of Labor that protects every worker and becomes proactive so all our families can know that when their loved ones go to work, they're safe on the job, that they aren't getting ripped off, that they aren't being abused, and if they do have a problem, they have somewhere to go where they can get the protection they need. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other members wish to comment or any amendment or addition to this section? Senator Barnes and then Senator Argon.
Mr. Chair, again, I too want to applaud the efforts that you and your committee have done in reference to literally delineating and making it so much easier for us to look at the breakdowns when it comes to the different agencies. I really want to thank you guys for doing such a superb job. But as I was looking at this agency and breakdown, and I'm looking at the separation on the power on the pool regarding utilities and for funded vacancies, I look at the power and water and I see zero, and I just want to get a verification as I'm looking at the office rental space with the federal match and the special fund match for this, and is this all inclusive, or will they come back to us and ask us for a supplemental funding? I just want to make sure, because I know that in the past something to this effect was brought up within this agency, and I know they're outside renting.
That's correct. They're renting at the GCIC building, and I believe that that the water and power are part of their rental. Yeah, but I think the power is included in the rent. I mean, no, yeah. So again, they also have, by the way, the Department of Labor also has about or they have $4,017,317 in federal funds that cover the other operations and mandates of the agency. And so in some instances, those 100% federally funded programs cover water and power. But I believe that for them, the water and power is included in their lease.
Okay, thank you. And one more, Mr. Chair, I also look at the workers' comp benefit, and I have an appropriation of 1,800 and nothing, and then a total of 1,800 for the workman's compensation benefit. And would this 1,800 be just for the in-house?
That's for the agency itself.
Just for the agency itself.
Yeah, the workman's compensation fund, which is of course the fund that pays for benefits for workers that are injured on the job, government
right,
workers,
and I
is in Section 3. Right there in Section 3, page 87, the top of the page. Page 87 of the bill.
Okay, I thank
That's
you.
a big fund.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure and clarify, because I knew that based on the ongoing cases that are going right now with their employees, I knew that there was a bigger.
Right.
So thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you very much. Senator Agud.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to chime in also with the comments that were added by the Oversight Chair of Labor. I think that this is certainly going to be a critical issue, and I know that another of our colleagues has introduced legislation that would affect a particular division within the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and also empower them and provide them flexibility in terms of how to deal with the increased number of projected, whether we want to consider them contractors or contractual workers or H-2 workers, whatever the case may be. That I think I just wanted to add that the director, the oversight chair, certainly has a very good point, and I want to commend you and the committee for incorporating at least additional personnel that are necessary to meet the needs of over the course of the next year. But one thing that will be noted, and I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, you're very cognizant of this, that with anywhere from $1 billion to about $1.2 billion that could conceivably be invested in infrastructure upgrades for the military buildup, and I say military buildup, not the Guam buildup, because the Guam buildup is incorporated of the both inside and outside the gates. But in terms of the military buildup, obviously there may be a tremendous increase in the number of H-2 workers that will be coming to Guam specifically to provide services for construction companies and contractors over the course of just the next fiscal year alone. And that being the case, I think that Department of Labor certainly needs to be provided with some reinforcement. And I'm certainly hopeful and anticipating that during the course of the next year and the next few years, that through the efforts of your committee, Mr. Chair, that in addition to applying the additional resources coming out of the Manpower Development Fund, that will continue to provide the necessary support for the next 4 to 5 years to address many of these concerns, the labor concerns that perhaps may surface. But it's always good to look at mitigating and trying to prevent any incident from happening rather than coming in and being more reactionary. And I think that by virtue of the additional resources you're providing Department of Labor, at least for the next year, that hopefully that would help them in addressing and mitigating and preventing any incident from occurring, and then in subsequent fiscal years we can address some of the concerns of the Oversight Chair. But Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I commend you for providing additional resources to this specific agency, because I think that in addition to the infrastructure concerns, the population buildup, the requirements for our government agencies, regulatory agencies, to be empowered and provide additional resources, I believe that this is also one particular agency that needs that reinforcement. So I commend you and I thank you very much for that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Agun. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I share the sentiments and observation, of course, of the Oversight Chair for Labor and of the last speaker with respect to the need to strengthen really the regulatory section of the Department of Labor. More and more we will see abuses of the employees in the private sector. And when Guam is braced to grow economically, we need monitors to go out there and make sure that fair labor practice is observed. I am not surprised when the Oversight Chair noted that there are unfair labor practice out there where employees are actually required to clock up because it's not busy for the next 2 hours. That is a no-no. I mean, at any time, Mr. Chairman, my understanding of labor law is that when an employee is scheduled to work and had to be canceled, that employee is entitled to at least 2 hours notice. That if the employee reported and then sent back home due to a last-minute cancellation, that the employee shall be compensated minimum 2 hours. I know that is not practice across the private industry. I know that, but at the same time that it creates suffering, of course, and abuses on the employees, it is not fair for the honest companies, for the honest businesses, that they stick to the labor law and fair labor practice, while this wanted to enhance their profit margin by cutting here and there at the expense, of course, and at the inconvenience of the employees. And one officer to monitor fair labor practice is not enough. I don't know if we can find money from the airline certification. The point is, though, is that we need to strengthen that, and because we will grow. I mean, there's no other way but grow, especially initially the labor market, the labor industry. So I would like to request your chairmanship, of course, to review that one more time and perhaps consider that as a priority, and at least add another monitoring officer for the. Of course, the wage an hour is okay, but that's generally understood by employers, private employers. But the fair labor practice part, we have to educate our employees and at the same time enforce the standing regulations. And that's my observation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. I certainly will, get into a closer dialogue with the Oversight Chair on this matter. I think I agree with your observations and the need. We're trying to do as much as we can with the resources, and we are adding some additional resources, but we'll enter into greater dialogue with the Oversight Chair on that. Sidus Masi. Any other comments? Senator Taidugui?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. There was one concern I had, and I wasn't sure if it was filled, and I apologize for being tardy, but the area in which the field is, if that's what you were speaking about, the If you give me one moment here, I have had it in my notes. The field inspectors, if that was addressed already, because I believe that the anticipated was 6 field inspectors where they had none at all before. I'm looking at the Department of Labor's FY 2010 division package, safety and health area, Division of Occupation Safety.
Right.
And according to the BBMR's report here, their load being at 0, but the anticipation of 6. So this area being filled, was that in consideration for additional employees for the Department of Labor in that area for field inspectors? Was it addressed?
Can you check under what functional area that is, please?
Safety and health
Safety and health?
under Department of Labor.
Yeah, we funded 1. We could not fund 6.
Just one area? Okay.
And that was,
And-
again, that was the request of the department and the agency, so.
Just
we
to bring
did-
in one?
Yeah, we made sure.
Okay, thank you. That was my concern about this department.
Yep.
So it was, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? If not, we'll then proceed to the Department of Parks and Recreation. Senator Cabo?
Yeah, and again, I'm just a clarification on page 86. I do note that you have on special funds 822,477,
Yes.
and then the special funds, the 2,193,106. It says special funds. That is that.
Senator Cabo, in order to alleviate any confusion that you may have on this, we gave you a cheat sheet
Yeah.
so that you can actually track the special funds and the allocation of those special funds for each
Yep.
of the object categories.
But that cheat sheet doesn't help either.
Why not?
Because it doesn't. If you look in the past, unless you're going along again with what this was, what my original concern was earlier yesterday, when you have 2 or 3 different special funds, what you're doing here.
The Department of Labor has 1 special fund,
No,
and
but
it's noted
and
there.
I'm going back to the other
And those will be.
object. So you don't have it yet.
Yes, we do.
Where are they?
They will be given to you for the other ones that we've gone through. We're giving you this for those going forward for discussion today and going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Parks and Recreation. Senator, just a brief summary on Parks and Recreation. The FY 2009 funding source was set at $3,522,521. This was the FY 09, and the funding level being provided in this budget is $3,445,000. The executive branch request, including the total funding request, was for $4,108,386, and the OFB recommendation in this area was for $3,657,113. Parks and Services also has $494,337 in federal grants. In addition, the Tourist Attraction Fund provides an additional $520,166 to the general fund appropriation from the Tourist Attraction Fund. And from the Public Recreation Fund this year, we are providing an additional $187,775 for a total fund allocation of $4,108,386, which is basically in line with the request. The budget for water and power, of course, as in other departments, is part of the total appropriation in the amount of $474,465, and this was, of course, made to the utility bank and the fund. The department or the Office of Finance and Budget recommends that we fund an additional lifeguard. The Dedido pool is opening up, hopefully in very shortly. They might open even before the end of this fiscal year. But in the next fiscal year, Dedido will open. The Department of Parks and Recreation, in conjunction with GURA, will be constructing that neighborhood or community recreational pool, and we've added an additional lifeguard in their staffing pattern to man that pool. As you know, the Department of Parks and Recreation has cut back on the staffing for grass cutting because that is now being done with contracts. In addition, Department of Parks and Recreation also manages the contract for the cleaning of the public bathrooms in the public parks, and that is the $520,000 appropriation you see coming from the Tourist Attraction Fund. So, any comments, questions, or Senator Barnes?
Sizus Masi, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank you again for giving a detailed breakdown on this agency and being able to make sure that the maintenance and repairs for the public restrooms were addressed. I do know that there were some concerns noted in reference to some equipment breakdown that they're dealing with right now, and has noted based on what we need to work with in reference to the additional funds that may be coming in from the stimulus package. I will continue to work with your office in addressing that concern. One more specifically is the need for a backhoe. I don't know if you know, Mr. Chair, that based on the equipment that they have in-house, they do have one backhoe for the utilization for the different parks and for the burial site at Tigua, and it continues to break down. And in their collaborations, working closely with Department of Public Works, the machine has almost exhausted its full life term, and they will continue to work with us in addressing the additional quotes that are needed to both repair or look into the feasibility of the purchasing a new one. They have brought that up to my attention. I know that they're also concerned in reference to some of the refurbishments that are needed at our main parks. I will applaud the efforts of my co-chair, who's been able to work closely with the Tourist Attraction Fund to be able to provide them some of the funding resources that are needed in reference to that park renovation and improvements for both the beaches in Tamuning. So, Mr. Chair, for the record, though I understand the breakdown of the budget, I do just want for our listening audience to know that there's a couple of other concerns in reference to their equipment and the need for that, and also to work closely with the revolving fund that they have there and the I guess the obstacles or the constraints they have in reference to utilizing that revolving fund that they have that is mandated by law. But because of the restrictions, they will continue to work closely with me and your office to relieve that constraint. And as your commitment to that, I want to thank you in advance, and hopefully Parks and Recs will get that need for them to continue the programs. Because as you know, Mr. Chair, I know we talk about health, safety, and education being a very vital part of our government to be able to provide, but in totality, within this community, we've got to be able to leave a part of our life for programs that the Department of Parks and Recs facilitates, because a part of that, you know, it's respite, it's being able to promote active participation in health and fitness, in sporting events, in making sure that the activities and the mandates that they have within the department is facilitated, which plays an integral part of our lives, growing becoming healthier, becoming more fit, and being a part of the awareness of just bringing competitive sports back into the nature within the community. So I just want to thank you for your efforts there and your continued efforts to knowing that even if it was this agency was funded at the level that it was requested, there are still additional minor concerns, or I guess I would say medium concerns, that still need to be addressed, and that moving forward we will work on this together. So si Diyos masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Speaker Wampat?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to get a little more information as to what the Public Recreation Services Fund is, if you don't mind first, and then I'll continue on my other questioning. Thank you.
The Public Recreation Fund are funds generated by the department from things like pavilion rentals. I think the pool entrance fee goes in here, and and some of the sporting league fees also get put in here, and that fund is available then to the department for. It really should be for conducting activities, sports leagues, paying refs, the youth recreation centers if they need it. In the past, they were able to fund things like billiard tables and things like that. So it is for the use within the department to support recreational programs in the villages.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask then is that many of the parks, not necessarily the big ones, but a lot of the little ones, one example in particular is the one in Maleso that the mayor has actually been taking care of. So therefore, I mean, there are no personnel, supplies, materials that it's being used there, and you're seeing that a lot in our villages, especially with smaller parks and recs, and parks. And so my question then is, and maybe you might not be able to answer, but maybe the chairperson would in the future, is that is there really do you see a big difference in a reduction so much in terms of services that technically would warrant the reduction maybe of their budget, or more of the money is going towards other recreational activities when they start to be when their mission has been transferred over to the mayors?
I'll allow the oversight chair to respond to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I know you're very familiar with this. Though the Parks and Recs have a list of parks that they are contributing, some of the smaller parks are left in the villages for the mayors to take care of. I do know that there are some requests for some of the mayors to take over the parks within their designated villages, and I do know that they usually work with a memorandum of understanding or an Adopt a Park program that works closely with both the village mayors and the community businesses out there within the different villages. There is some talks about transferring those parks that some of the mayors want to take over, and that there are negotiating right now with the mayors and the Department of Parks and Recs. But again, I think that is a part that this August body looks at when there is a village mayor wants to take over again. In the past, sometimes that park was taken care of the mayor, and then when the mayor changed, it reverted right back to the agency, and then when the mayors changed again, their interest in taking care of that park within their village has been, they want to take over. So again, working closely with that, we do have a legislation that the good speaker spoke about in reference to bringing back one of the sections that were with Parks and Recs back into the village. So again, I will continue to work with the agency and the mayors, having oversight of both of them, to address this issue. And if funding needs to be transferred over, then we'll work those logistics out, technical logistics out.
Thank you very much, Senator Muñoz Barnes. Speaker Wampat, you may proceed.
Thank you then very much for that explanation. I'd like to know then is that you've indicated that there's been a cutback. I know in grass cutting you said, but they also have a contract. And can you delineate when I look at contractual services? I know I looked at the cheat sheet, and you have from the general fund 33,000, then the special fund the 182
Yes.
being used. Is that because I thought you said originally they were recreational, but then none of those are being used for the grass cutting, or is the 33 for grass cutting?
Yeah, the grass, there's no grass cutting special contracts in here.
Oh, no more.
Yeah.
Okay.
That used to be, that was funded out of the tourist attraction fund the previous year.
And so, but I thought you said that the painting of the public restrooms was taken on by GVB at $520,000.
That's right. The 520 is for the public bathrooms contract. Parks and Rec did not request the grass cutting contract this year.
So
They'll have to do it in-house with their current
okay,
staff.
so it's going to be done in-house then. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This has to do with the Park Patrol section.
Yes.
I don't see here, Mr. Chairman, any money for under equipment. I know for a fact that there's only one vehicle that's operational. I understand there are 6 positions for Park Patrol, 70 parks and beaches, 30 of which are regularly checked, and sometimes I wonder how often are these 30 parks checked when you only have one vehicle operational. And I would like, of course, to bring this out, and hopefully the committee chair can consider for a vehicle or 2. The one that they have now is from time to time down. At one time, there would have to be 3 or 4 in the vehicle. I understand they got reprimanded. I know that because they checked me, and then they complain. How then can they patrol, and what can they do with just one vehicle going around? Now, in lieu of a vehicle, sometimes giving mileage reimbursement work, because what's happening with the Park Patrol, sometimes they will just park the individual down at the park, but if there's no vehicle and there's no particular workstation down, let's say, at Matapang Beach, then, and they have no radio, that person actually is on his own. And so those are the things that were pointed out to me, and I discussed that with them to perhaps bring to your attention the need for at least one vehicle. I see here under the overtime and special pay, I want to ask you, Mr. Chairman, what is that? What is that for?
The one thing that they requested for the division.
Yeah, for overtime and special pay, but you know, for something like that, I mean, I rather really see that 20,000 hire one person, one park patrol.
Okay, go ahead.
If they're talking about overtime, I mean, I know that they are flexible in their work schedule and in their work days, because they don't have 8 to 5. They target busy days of our parks and the beach. And I don't know what's the rationale there, but there's no mileage reimbursement for when from time to time Park Patrol officers use their own vehicle. Sometimes they are given mileage reimbursement. At least they have a shelter, or they have they can patrol from one beach to the other if it's not too far. But definitely there is a need for an additional vehicle here, in my opinion, and there's no allowance for equipment. It's 0, not even under miscellaneous. So I wonder. They don't request for a vehicle.
They did not.
Huh?
They did not request for any.
Yeah, but so they're not thinking perhaps in terms of the Park Patrol side of that. And again, for the clothing allowance, does the clothing allowance fall under supplies and material for the park? I understand. I know that the park rangers are issued clothing allowance. I know that.
We will look for it. It's in the budget that was submitted to,
Okay, but
Okay.
they requested for that anyway, right?
you know, I don't
okay.
recall seeing
Okay,
it.
okay.
I don't recall seeing it, but
But they are required to wear uniform, and
Yes, they are.
I would think that at any time the agency require the wearing of a uniform, it's incumbent upon the agency at least to provide a minimal
right.
supply and support to ensure compliance. So those are the things that I point out, and again, I ask your chairmanship to again look at the need for perhaps instead of one body, perhaps one vehicle, because if you don't have a vehicle, then you cannot utilize actually the park patrol officers to go around and check these beaches, and that's the gripe of some of these officers.
Yeah, well, you know, when the director presented his budget, we asked him what he needed, and some of the concerns you voiced were not articulated as being desired during that public hearing, and so we based, of course, ourselves on the representations made during those hearings.
I have a point of information on
Point
that,
of information,
Mr. Chair. if I
rising
may.
to a point of information, Senator
Yes,
Barnes?
based on that, I have spoken to the Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Duenas, and he shared with me based on the specialty pay and also in reference to the vehicle and the uniforms. In reference to the vehicles, the only reason why it wasn't addressed in this budget was because they had submitted for a grant application with the Homeland Security to ascertain 4 to 5 vehicles, and because of that, they're hoping and they're very hopeful that within this fiscal year that concern will be addressed and that they will be receiving the grants to ascertain 4 to 5 vehicles for that. In reference to the uniforms, they said they are on up to date with disseminating their uniforms accordingly to the employees. And when it came to the special pay, based on the breakdown, the detailed pay that was needed and that wasn't provided to the employees on hand, they went through the channels to work through with the Department of Administration, and that's where they're at with that. So, and if there are any further increase, he'd be more than willing to answer any other concerns. But more specifically, I really appreciate the speaker from Chalampago and his concerns, because I understand it's very crucial in what is done. But a grant application was submitted, and they've received reports that they're very hopeful. I can't guarantee it, but they're very hopeful that through the Homeland Security grant, they will be able to ascertain the 4 to 5 vehicles needed for the parks and the park ranger.
Thank you very much for that information, Senator Barnes. Senator Palacios? did you wish to
Well, that
contribute?
is good news. I just hope that those things are delivered. But the bottom line is that at least 2 more vehicles are needed for the park patrol to really function well with the staffing of 6 right now. Hopefully they can staff up to 8 for the number of parks and beaches that really we have to watch and make sure that they are usable. And that's my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Ada?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to verify a couple of things. First of all, I know that in the governor's budget request, he had asked $520,000 for park restrooms and maintenance related to park restrooms.
Right.
And I guess that's going to be funded out of TAF, correct?
That's correct. It's on page 89. It's at the number one.
Right.
One.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
In addition to that, I know that during discussions with the tourism, the chairman for tourism, there was a wish list that was provided by Parks and Rec. For example, $200,000 for parks maintenance and upkeep, about $142,000 for EPOW Beach Park renovation and improvements, and $105,000 for Matapang Beach. I understand that I guess most of that wish list really could not be funded out of TAF or out of general fund.
That's correct. That wish list was not presented to the committee
Right.
during the budget hearing at all
Okay.
when we were conducting the hearing
Right.
on the department. So that we were not aware of that wish list, and I think that they were dealing directly with the
Oversight.
oversight chair on TAF.
Well, I guess the point that I want to make, Mr. Chairman, is that while we are here trying to scramble for money to fund a lot of these projects, even for our parks, I just want to put on the record the fact that, and I've made my inquiry to the Department of Land Management, that back in the early 90s when hotels were being built, there's a particular hotel that's adjacent to the Matapang Beach Park. And in order for it to be able to, get its occupancy permit, because that particular hotel was built right on the lot line, it had none of the setbacks. One of the agreements that was entered into was that they would actually rent the public property that's adjacent to it to satisfy its setback requirements, to satisfy its parking lot requirements. In addition to that, that particular hotel had also agreed to, a part of the agreement was that they would build, which they did, the Matapang Beach Park, and to maintain it. And so it seems that this, requirement of $105,000 to maintain that park that Parks and Rec is asking for is something that that particular hotel should be funding. I have no illusion that the government is going to be able to go back and collect on 2 decades worth of rent that allegedly it has not paid. But at the very least, that hotel should be able to at least provide the $105,000 that Parks and Rec is asking for to maintain Matapang Beach Park. And I think that that is something that certainly the oversight chair for parks really needs to take a look at, because back then, the government was very, very accommodating, and then over the years, everybody just kind of forgets that, oh yeah, that's right. One of the conditions for getting the approvals was to maintain Matapang Beach Park, to pay rent on the public property. Now, I don't know if that's Chamorro Land Trust property or Ancestral Lands property, but I understand that's a good sum of money that the government never collected on. So I just want to put that on record that, that is one case that I'm aware of. I don't know if there are other cases similar to this where the hotel was built with some agreement that they would take care of some public facility. But I guess when times are kind of dire, we start taking a look to have people own up to what they agreed to. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Barnes, you had some information?
Yes, I did. Okay. And I, excuse me, Mr. Chair, and I just want to thank the good speaker who brought this point up. As Mr. Chair, as I spoke briefly this morning in reference to the concerns regarding this, the chairman on tourism shared with me that this is exactly one of the reasons what we need to go back and look into and double check and get a status update on these agreements and work closely with Parks and Recs to see or other entities involved in reference to these agreements that were made when these facilities and these buildings or these hotels were being up. So I want to thank the good speaker from Barrigada and telling him that yes, thank you for bringing it up to the forefront. The oversight chair and me as the vice chair have just spoke about this issue, and that was one of the issues why that only certain portions on the request through the tourist attraction funds were given. As stated earlier, there was a breakdown that was provided and included, and that the rest we will double check and ask for a status update and work closely with the Department of Parks and Recs and the other agencies that are involved in reference to that, whether it be the MOUs or the rental agreements or the MOAs. So I want to thank the good senator from Manila, Barrigada, Senator Ada, for bringing this up to the forefront again, because it is a very, very important element, and he's right. As we go through trying times and trying to make ends meet, we got to look for those things, those agreements that are in the books, and we've got to make sure that these things are being followed through, especially with these public-private partnerships, because they were the ones, when these agreements were made, they were afforded the opportunity to build on government land. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Uggan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I just would like to note, I know there's been some discussion in terms of the allocation of the resources under equipment. Apparently, I guess it was stated by yourself, in this case, the Parks and Rec did not request any funding under that particular category. And I find it very unfortunate unless, in fact, what the Oversight Chair had alluded to a little earlier about highlighting that there's a federal grant that has been submitted in which resources will be applied directly towards acquiring at least a minimum of 4 vehicles. I hope that that is inclusive of equipment. And I'll just share, as recent as March of this year, and this is only because at that point in time I had direct contact with a couple of individuals at the Parks and Rec. And as recent as March, there was an individual who was utilizing his mower, an individual who was utilizing his pickup truck, and an individual who was utilizing his trailer to be able to transport and to service the maintenance. And this is a Parks and Recreation personnel. Maintain some of the parks island-wide and most visibly alongside the Agana sewage treatment plant. And this is as recent as March. And for that individual to do that, and one of the questions I asked whether in fact the agency has been able to budget or acquire additional equipment, and his statement was obviously the financial constraints of the government, and he was more than willing to be able to provide that service and that support. And I understand exactly where he's coming from in terms of making sure that he's able to do his job in maintaining the parks. But I just wanted to highlight that as a situation that I found quite disturbing at that point in time, and I certainly hope that some of the resources that this agency will be pursuing would be to replenish the equipment, whether it be mowers and some of the trailers, so that the Parks and Recreation personnel will be able to receive that support. Also in the park maintenance, Mrs. Chair, there was a bit of discussion in terms of the overall cost of the maintenance of some of the parks, and I think that I need to extend kudos to the Department of Parks and Recreation Management, because they've reached out to the work release program at the Department of Corrections, and on occasion they utilize the services of these individuals so that in fact they can maintain some of the parks. So that's one program that I think has been quite successful, and working in conjunction not only with DOC but also the courts. And I certainly encourage them to continue to do and move in that direction in terms of trying to minimize costs. But I wanted to share that perspective, especially in light of the equipment and the mowers that were being used previously, which were all personal assets, Mr. Chair. And I certainly hope that over the course of this budget process and some of the additional funding mechanisms that the department is pursuing, that they'll be able to acquire additional equipment for their personnel so that they can actually get out into the field and carry out their responsibilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Uggan. Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Department of Parks and Recs serve an incredibly important function to all of our families on Guam. And it's, unfortunately, we've seen over the years and the decades, their ability to serve the families of Guam being greatly reduced, much to the detriment of our island, of our families, of our culture, and our society. You know, one of the things that made me fall in love with Guam when I first came here almost 20 years ago was the fact that there were activities available, organized activities available for everybody run by Parks and Recs. So even old men like me could find a basketball league or a softball league to play in, and kids could find basketball leagues in their villages sponsored by Parks and Rec, and there was baseball and Little League, and there was a structure in the public that took care of all of our families and gave something for everyone. You know, not just the tourists. Unfortunately, over the last decade, we've seen the focus of Parks and Recs going not to making life better for our families or even protecting what we already had for our families, but protecting what we have for our tourism market. So we give these special contracts so that the tourists can have clean beaches. We shut down our parks at 5 o'clock, not so that to the benefit of our families, but so that we can keep them clean so that locals can't go there and mess them up and make them dirty for the tourists. That's unacceptable for me. And it's something that, once again, we need to start turning around. And fortunately, I believe that this legislature takes the priority of our families to the forefront, and we're going to start doing this. And I appreciate the work you've done on this budget. To echo some of our previous speakers, to talk about our brothers and sisters that serve our community as Parks and Rec Rangers. They do an amazing job with zero resources. And yes, they use their own personal vehicles, and no, they don't get compensated for it. Not only is that immoral and unjust, it's illegal. So, therefore, until we can get them vehicles, until we can get grants through and make things right and start being able to service our people and protect our parks, I am going to make the following amendment. I notice in contractual services we have $33,780 coming from the general fund for contractual services, and as a temporary fix, I move that we transfer that funding to the category 220 in the object class, mileage reimbursement, so that we can reimburse all the hardworking employees of the Parks and Recs for their own personal vehicles that they have used, because we haven't been able to supply them with the equipment and vehicles they need.
Okay, so the amendment would be on page 1 of page 88. The contractual services show 216,253 total, of which 182,473 in the summary sheet or the expanded sheet that was given to you comes from a special fund, and 33,780 of that 216 comes from the general fund. So the amendment that he is making is to reduce that 216,253 by 33,780 and place that into category 220. Senator Barnes?
On
the amendment, hold on. That's the amendment, correct?
That is the amendment.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So on the amendment, to the rector amendment.
Thank you
Yes.
very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really appreciate where the good author on this amendment is going with, but right now, based on the contractual service and the breakdown, if I'm not mistaken, and you can probably also share it, there is a delineation on each of the specifications on what is being addressed for Parks and Recs right now. And I'd be more and glad to assist the good senator from Cañada in doing a standalone bill on this one, but for this funding, because if I'm not mistaken, I'd like to at least work on doing the research to see where we're at on that, based on the mileage, based on the usage of the vehicles and the authorization thereof. So right now, just because I don't have the actual numbers in front of me on that breakdown, I'm just going to go ahead and reserve and just share my opposition at this time, only for the mere fact that there is a specific breakdown on why this 216,253 is there. And if the good senator will work with me on a standalone bill, and I will certainly do that with him.
Let me tell you what that is paying for. The contractual that's being funded by the general fund, that object category, trash containers at the public parks for 16, totaling $561. Xerox rental at $7,156. Another Xerox rent, at $561 per unit, which then totals $8,976. One Xerox rental at $7,156. Another Xerox rental at $3,836. iConnect 12 units at $802 each for a total. I'm assuming those are telephone and radios, for a total cost of $9,624. Teleguam Holdings, the GG WAN, which is their internet connection into the Guam wide area network, 1 unit at $4,188, and your total under that category is $33,780. And so that's what that contractual category pays for. Senator Wampat and then Speaker Wampat and then Senator Palacios on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know that, Mr. Chairman, I had asked you originally what then the Public Recreation Services Fund, how were they able to make the collections and what they were used for, because I noticed that out of the 187, 182 of that, of course, is part of the contractual. So I really appreciate the fact that you've indicated what those 16 trash containers are throughout our parks and recs, are being paid for in the local fund. But I think what's also just as critical are these recreation services that Parks and Rec, provide for our children. And I know exactly where the chairman is, the author of this amendment is coming from. And granted, we don't have unlimited resources where we want to be able to address, all of these things. And I hate to have to make a choice in terms of, providing reimbursement, mileage reimbursement for the employees who have to go out there. But then at the same time, what are we going to do, and how are we going to continue then to pay for those 16, in particular for me, the trash? Because when you stop and think about it, I mean, we want, there's been this big campaign that they've had to try to get everyone to pick up after themselves. We want to be able then to send out a very strong message to anyone who comes to our island that, we take care of our island. We want to keep it clean. And if we don't provide those receptacles, of course, for them to dispose of, the trash, then we'll find them littered throughout our parks. And I really don't want that to happen. I think we need to continue toward the end of trying to make sure that we send out a strong message is that, we're clean. We're clean people. Our island is clean. Our homes are clean. Our yard is clean. And we teach that to our children. Then also, of course, we talk about, what do we want our children to do with their days, their summer vacations after school? We don't have as many recreational facilities that, you have in the mainland where you're able to drive, 30 miles away or a couple of hours away, and then you go to an amusement park or a recreational facility. Everything is here in Guam. And I really would hate to think that once we take those monies away, then we won't be able to support, our swimming pools, our sporting events, for the children. So I really can't support this amendment, Mr. Chairman. I think maybe what we can do is put our heads together and try to look at maybe other possibilities to address, maybe through legislation, but we got to really talk about it. I know we can find solutions. I know Senator Ada had spoken about a park in particular where maybe it needs to be revisited, that the users of the park also would have to pay some additional fees, and that maybe those can be earmarked, to address then the other needs of the agency. I know it's hard, the times are hard, monies are tight, and I think we can be very creative, of course, at finding other solutions. And I think that by having the chairperson, Senator Munya Barnes, work with the Parks and Rec individuals and our colleagues and see what is feasible, what's doable, what's affordable, and what will be best for the people of Guam. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of taking some money out of the contractual services for mileage reimbursement, maybe perhaps not in that amount, but as we speak, Mr. Speaker, and by the time they approve this so-called grant application, there's only one vehicle that's patrolling 30 parks. I mean, what kind of coverage? And then here we are, there's money here to put trash bins there to make sure it's clean. But you need policing to make sure that there's compliance. Right now, I can say that there's very, very minimal policing, if there's any, over our parks. And I said that at least 10,000 of that, I mean, not the 23,000 or what, but at least 10,000, because we know that these officers are using their vehicles and that they're not getting reimbursed. And if they don't patrol and there's a problem while they're on duty, then they get blamed. And this government is not fair to do that. You provide adequate support to the mandate and to that person, and then you can discipline that person for non-performance of duty. But as of this point, I mean, they're just not being smart. But I tell you, there are people to whom these people go, and then they get guidance, and they will prevail in any disciplinary action because the government is not living up to its part of the obligation. And I say that perhaps maybe a lower amount, but definitely not a zero amount for mileage reimbursement. That's my point. There's not going to be any money, I mean, any new vehicle coming from that grant application, assuming that it's approved. We're not going to see that in the next 6 months. But yet we have 30 parks, according to their testimony in my meeting, that they regularly check and they regularly patrol. With what? With just one vehicle? Then we can assume then they're using their own vehicle. And that's, I support some kind of money into the mileage. I don't know what is the reasonable amount, but perhaps you listed 4 copying machines for a total of maybe, what, 15, 20,000 a year? I mean, we can get something from there, maybe at least 5 or 7,000, and that would be reasonable. That's my presentation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Agun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, can I just inquire, before I make any comments as it applies to the amendment, if I can inquire how the additional $182,473 out of the special funds will be applied under contractual services?
I just read that to you?
No, you read, didn't you
read
read
it again.
The GF portion?
Oh, the GF.
You
Okay.
read the GF, the 33,780.
The GF, 184,005.
No. I believe you highlighted the GF, Mr. Chairman. It's the special fund.
Yes, you're asking for the special fund.
Yeah, the breakdown.
Right. The 180,000 figure, that they have listed it here as being contractual for, it looks like grass cutting is what they're going to use it for lot number 1, lot number 3.1, southern lot 2.1, 3.1, northern lot 1.1, northern lot 2.1.
So a lot of it is grass cutting services.
Yeah, and then trash containers at Ipaw and Nimitz, and I'm assuming that's also for, one more, Chris, that's per unit. Yeah, at 21,450.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess one of the reasons why, I'm sorry if I missed it in terms of your presentation of the 182, but I heard the 33,780.
Only the 33, I'm sorry.
Okay. So in light of that, Mr. Speaker, just looking at this, and $182,473 is going to be dedicated towards grass cutting. Just a few minutes ago, I had highlighted about a personal use of a trailer and a mower. I didn't mention the personal vehicle, but the personal vehicle was part of that entire service that was being provided by this one single employee, and I could imagine what the other employees are providing just because they want to do their job. And you know, the good senator from Ordet, Chalapago, had mentioned that there's one vehicle in Parks and Rec for the patrol officers, the park officers, one vehicle. And in that case, I believe they have anywhere from 4 to 6 parks officers now, and I don't think there's 4 officers or 3 officers riding in one particular vehicle going from park to park. I traditionally see 1 or 2 at the most. So there's this perhaps a good suspicion that they're using their own personal vehicles. But is there any reimbursement mechanism in here, whether it be through another source, whether it be through federal funds, whether it be through other mechanisms, where these individuals are being compensated for the use of their personal assets? You know, Mr. Speaker, I think that the only thing that comes to mind when we're looking at this, and you're based on your committee's assessment and analysis, you're finding for ways and means to be able to provide additional resources to these agencies so that they can carry out their operations. But yes. But then,
When we were finalizing the budget, we called up the Department of Parks and Recreation and requested from the director prior to finalizing it, was there anything else he needed additionally? And he replied, no, he would take care of it, that they had other resources they were looking at, and we called them twice to ask them, the budget's being finalized. I tell you, I can commit to you now that as we go through this, you know, we're looking for, we're going to go back and reassess the budget for the Department of Education. We're also reassessing all of these budgets. And I can commit to you that you know, as we go through this, we will continue to look at these budgets, and we can come back and make a recommendation for an increase in either a vehicle or mileage to cover and provide some kind of relief to the employees of the Department of Recreation, Parks and Recreation, for either use of vehicles, and of course the fact that they are only hoping to receive a vehicle for the park rangers from the federal grants. If they don't do that, the other, of course, possibility is, you know, in terms of those vehicles, is that the governor again has that 20.1 million of ARA funding at his discretion that is available, and part of the eligible criteria there is the public safety matter. So we can request from that, but I'm pretty confident that we could find something in this budget as we go along, and we'll come back and tell you where we can make that change, a reduction and addition on this. But we're going to take care of going through the Department of Education, and then we'll finish that, and we're noting things of interest and concern made by the different oversight chairs of their departments, and of course those that have an interest in the operations. And so we'll make some recommendations prior to the passage of this budget. I commit to doing that.
well, I think in that particular case, in light of your comments, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, yes, we may have to come back and revisit some of the numbers as we get the final numbers from the Department of Education. But at this point in time, we do have an amendment on the floor that would consider the possibility of reallocating just internally within Parks and Rec. And one of the questions that I had posed yesterday was whether in fact there's going to be some incorporated flexibility, and I think and you alluded to, yes, that may be considered at the conclusion of this budget in terms of the latter sections. But just looking at this, Mr. Chair, I think that even if we were to pose whether in fact there's been any local mileage reimbursement for fiscal year 09, I don't know. My suspicion is that there's zero. So if
Senator Barnes, the Oversight Chair, did you want to rise to a point of information on that?
Point of information in reference to the vehicles utilized. The park rangers, there are 3 park rangers for the Department of Parks and Recs right now. At this present time, those 3 park rangers are being posted at the most busiest beaches during their slotted times. The only time a private POV is being used is to get from their residence to the site that they're situated to. When it comes to the beaches, the coastline, that's under the direction of Department of Land Management. But the only time that the personal vehicles are being utilized is to get from their residence to the point of destination, and there's a rotation. Again, anticipating that the vehicles that are being addressed through that grant, they're hopeful that they'll get more in. But right now for reimbursements, the only time is to get to their slot.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Hagen, you may proceed.
Well, let me because obviously this particular discussion has been extended. Let me just close by saying that I do support the amendment. I think that the good senator from Ordit, Chalapago, had mentioned that perhaps 33,780 may be a little bit high, and if the mover of the amendment will consider a lower amount, only because I have personally, Mr. Speaker, seen individuals use their own personal vehicles to not only to their work, Department of Parks and Recreation office, but to their respective job sites, utilizing it to be able to transport some of the equipment, utilize those equipment at that work site, that particular park facility, and then head back to their office. So if that doesn't, to me, constitute use of personal vehicle for other than your transportation to work, then I don't know what does. And that's why I would certainly encourage I support the concept. if the mover of the amendment would modify his number downwards slightly so that perhaps is more reflective of what the oversight chair had shared with us a little earlier, that as it applies to the park rangers, maybe the reimbursement would not be applicable in that case. But I have seen maintenance park workers utilize their own personal assets, and I think that perhaps that's an area that needs to be addressed through a funding mechanism. So if the sponsor and mover of the amendment would decrease his figure downwards slightly, then I certainly continue to be in support of this concept. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All right. I'm
Point
going
of
to call then
information.
for just a short recess for.
Point of information.
Okay.
Can I just say that?
Senator Palacios rising to a point of information.
It is not true that the officers assigned to, they say, Ipaw Beach just transport himself over there and park himself. I asked the chairmanship of this committee to ask for a duty schedule of the last 6 months where you will see the name of a single person that is detailed to do patrol from Matapang Beach to Ipaw Beach.
Okay. All right.
And then that would prove that this individual then would need a vehicle, because we don't expect this person to walk from Ipaw Beach to Matapang Beach and back and forth to do its patrol. But the schedule will show that one name is on duty to do both patrol.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman.
much. We're in a short recess. Feel my view. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. Committee of the Whole is back in session. I'm going to Recognize Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend my amendment to reduce the number from the original 33,780 to a flat 10,000 being transferred from Category 230 to Category 220.
All right. On to the amendment. No objections. Amendment carries. The next item down below right, Parks and Rec, is the maintenance and repair of public restrooms. This is the sum of $520,166, which is from the Tourist Attraction Fund to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the maintenance and repair of restroom facilities in the public parks island-wide. So, any comments, questions? Senator Argan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question, please, if I may. Was there a similar appropriation figure incorporated into this fiscal year's budget?
Yes.
Out
I
of the
think that
Tourist
was
Attraction Fund, yeah, for the same amount?
500,000.
Yeah.
So this
Almost for
is
the
a
same amount.
$20,000 increase at the request of
Do
the...
we know if those resources have been applied so that they've maintained and upgraded some of these restroom facilities? I'm not familiar with the kind of program they've implemented over the last year.
It's a contract with Advanced Management for set out by the agreement between Parks and Rec, of course, and Advanced
Okay, that's the
Management.
maintenance component. What about the repair?
It's included in the repair of like the sinks and the toilets and the paper towel holders and things of that nature.
So
it's not repair of pavilions and things like that. It is mostly for the public bathrooms and repairs associated with the general wear and tear of the public bathrooms.
So basically, the contract that's existing, pre-existing contract right now at this point in time, would allow or provides for the maintenance / the repair of all these.
That's correct. But
Maybe not major structural repairs.
No, it's minor. It's leaky faucets. You have to change the rubber washer to ensure that the sink doesn't leak all the time, and you save the water.
And we save water because we now are using the waterless.
I don't know if they're doing that
in some facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll go and inspect. Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that, Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I couldn't pull up the numbers quite quick enough to speak on this with quite accuracy, but I can tell you that 520,000 contractual is once again us being penny wise and pound foolish. We think that this is good because now all the bathrooms are clean, but it's costing the people of Guam and the taxpayers of Guam outrageous amounts of money. You could hire full-time employees, buy them vehicles, buy them supplies, and still save a couple $100,000 a year to do this. This is just an insane figure, and it's not the way it's supposed to be. Public employees can do the better job for less money, and it basically takes care of the people of Guam as opposed to putting money in a contractor's pocket. And so I rise in opposition to this amendment. Actually, here we go. I'm going to make a motion on this. I move that we transfer this money from the Tourist Attraction Fund to staffing, to regular and overtime salaries of the department. So, thank you.
All right. There's an amendment to transfer the funding from the Tourist Attraction Fund proposed in number 1 on page 89 to the regular salaries and increments total object category class 111 on the summary of base operational appropriations on page 87 for Parks and Recreation. On the amendment, any discussion on the amendment? Objection? Yes, okay. There's an objection on the amendment. I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Discussion? Yeah,
I'm
basically, the amendment, Madam Speaker, would be to transfer the funding from the TAF that's being appropriated of $521,666 rather than to Department of Parks and Recreation for a contract of the repair. It'll go towards regular salaries for the hiring of staff for that purpose. I'm sure. Okay, so
Well,
We
Mr.
have yourself and then Senator
yeah,
Ada on
thank
the
you ver-
on
thank
the
you
amendment.
very
There's been an
much.
objection to the amendment.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, I know the chairwoman and I were just out there speaking to the director and one of his staff as well, and I know that this is moved already because apparently the vote was taken to transfer a certain amount of money out of the contractual services, and now of course we're talking about GVB monies to be taken out to hire more people, and then therefore we're back again to the same problem that we've always been trying to deal with. It's a perennial problem about taking care of our public restrooms. And as embarrassing, of course, as it is, and this really bothers me, of course, is when I think of all things, as something that's considered to be very private, so to speak, I guess, because privately in our homes, I know we take care of our restrooms, but then when we look at our public restrooms, then it's a reflection of who we are. And it bothers me and it embarrasses me, of course, when we look at our public restrooms and we can't even take care of it ourselves as an individual when we use it, that we walk out of there and we try to put it back in the best condition that, we would like it to be. And I think if everybody even thinks that way, then I don't think we'll have that problem. Unfortunately, we don't. The reality is that there are those who vandalize, destroy, have no respect for property and no respect for the next person coming to use the restroom. But then to now take monies away, I just think it's going to put us back, more than 10 years. I would rather than just say, you know what, if that happens, shut down all the restrooms so we don't have to worry about it because we won't have any more restrooms to damage, you see. So I'm sorry. I was against what we did earlier because what I heard from the director that they are, to his knowledge, there's not a single person that's gone out using their own private vehicles. If the rangers are out there monitoring, they're monitoring in a place. They're stationed there. They can be monitored. They know their whereabouts and all that. So that's a grave mistake that we've made already. And I surely do not want to make this other mistake, a $520,000 mistake. And I think concurrently, if that passes, I'm making the amendment that we shut down all of the public restrooms.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Senator Ada and then Senator Barnes.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the amendment. And I guess the amendment is probably being made, probably some aversion to, privatization of certain services and whatnot. But regardless, if we were going to if the department was going to be given the money to hire personnel, then we're going to need to also provide them with the necessary tools, the necessary vehicles, so that these employees can get to all the restrooms around the island. And of course, just then transferring $520,000 to personnel is not going to do it. It's going to be like many of the departments that we have. We got salaries, we got money available for salaries, but the employees that are there don't have the necessary equipment to be able to do the work with. I think this, if we want to revert back to now doing a lot of this maintenance in-house, I think it's going to take a little bit more analysis and determine what it's really going to cost in terms of personnel, in terms of equipment that's going to be needed to support the work. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I raise an objection of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Senator Muñoz Barnes.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I too raise an objection to this amendment, and maybe I want to add just a little history of how this all came to play. Not very many years ago, or maybe I would say as far back as the 27th Guam Legislature, when we talked about our tourism market, and one of the concerns that came up in reference to our parks, in reference to our places within our community, one of the key detriments that affected our tourism was the atrociousness of the way our bathrooms looked. And how we upkept that. And please, I'm not taking it away from all the hard workers from the Department of Parks and Recs, because there at one time were over 200 to 300 employees, and if I'm not, or 400 employees, and if I'm not mistaken, they're less than 50% of that right now. And they continue to do work out there way beyond the call of duty. But this is the closest, as we fast forward to today, this is the closest thing we've gotten to be able to put accountability in, to be able to outsource and make sure that the true public-private partnerships on these contracts, working closely with our government, working closely with our community, that this was the, I guess, the most win-win for everybody. And we got up to this point as of last term. And to do and just arbitrarily just pick up and take everything away. The good speaker from Iran said we wouldn't be regressing, we'd be losing. I brought up a number 10 years. She said even more than that. Please, Mr. Chair, let us not break something that's not broken. Let us not destroy something that we've come to an agreement with everybody. These bathrooms, these facilities, I've got to admit, are so much cleaner. Being able to work the contracts that we have today, working closely with the outsourcing work, and you know what? I'm a Democrat and I'm saying this. I just want you to know that by doing this, if this amendment were to pass right now, Mr. Chair, we as an August body will be taking away something that we worked so hard to rectify, so hard to negotiate, so hard to work, and to try and find solutions. All the recommendations that came in with all the studies that we did, this was the closest thing we've gotten, and that we agreed to, and then we're going to just arbitrarily take it away and put it back in and looking at person. I agree with the previous speaker about saying if we had to do this, we'd have to go right back to the drawing board. And literally, as oversight chair, I don't want to be the one to saying that we've taken everything that we've so rightfully worked hard to put into place today, that I personally believe in my heart that is working right now. So I object to this amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Muñoz-Barnes. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this section will appropriate $520,166 for the maintenance and repair of public restroom. I think that this is good money that's going to be poured into bad systems. There's never a time when our public restroom, I mean, a majority of which is unusable or in very bad shape. I'm not necessarily supporting the amendment, but to bring into focus that this is good money, that we should do something. If we're going to pump in this much money, what kind of policing, what kind of systems that will be in place to make sure that, again, this public restroom remain usable? Perhaps, and I'm not suggesting, I guess, to micromanage this, but perhaps in the maintenance of these facilities, that they do it like maybe on evenings and maybe on weekends, so that the presence of some of these people can serve as some kind of security, or at least some kind of monitoring when nobody else is around. But I tell you, this is good money that I doubt very much whether it will make much impact in the long run. And again, without a building system to make sure that it is sustained, I think that we should reassess this. And if we're going to put in this money, we should put a provision there of something to the effect that the maintenance and repair of it should be, I guess, some kind of check and balance and so forth. And that seemed to be the problem. You don't just contract this and then say, well, here's the invoice, then we pay the invoice. Well, we got to check whether the workmanship is good and so forth. And I don't see that here. I want to make sure that something like that, is established. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Any other speakers on the amendment? Of course. No other speakers. I'd like to then ask Senator Rector to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the nice things about this process, this being my first time going through a budget, is we've generated a lot of really good discussion on issues. Now, some of these issues we're not going to be able to solve right here with a simple amendment, and really this wasn't proposed to do that. As one of my good speakers before me pointed out, it takes more than just personnel to clean a restroom. It takes vehicles, and it takes equipment, it takes money to replace things and supplies, and really we need to budget this out in a better way, without a doubt. And that amendment might be further coming in the future when we get into the administrative provisions, if we can come up with a better way to do this. But this was in no way to take away from the fact that we need clean restrooms. We do need clean restrooms, and I don't think anybody's going to argue it. This wasn't to take money away from the parks, because it wasn't doing that. This was saying that the people of Guam's money can be better spent. And to say that in the past we had bad management at the parks that couldn't get their employees to do the job they were paid to do, that's a whole different issue. That's an issue within systemic work, right? We need to fix all of our systems and make our public structure work better. And we're actively doing these things. But just to say that, like, the hardworking men and women of the government of Guam can't get a job done, I take offense to that. And I think the 12,000 men and women that call themselves proud employees of Guam's public service would take offense to it. I see people working their doggins off every single day in every agency of the government of Guam, doing above and beyond the call of duty, making do with no supplies of their own, taking money out of their own pockets, using their own vehicles, working their butts off to try and provide the people of Guam with decent public services. And I just take affront to anybody saying that we can't do a better job, and we haven't done a better job than some contractor. This money, when we look at it, you can hire enough custodians at a decent wage, full-time employment with retirement benefits, sick leave benefits, and health care, buy vehicles, buy supplies, and still have money left over. $520,000 is an insane amount that we're pumping basically into the pockets of a company that is just making money. Hey, good for them, and in capitalism, you make as much money as you can in the private sector, and I'm quite happy for him. He made a great deal. He convinced people that it's a great deal, and he can now send his kids to college and buy himself a new car. But we as lawmakers are not about making people, individuals in the private sector, rich. We are about providing good public services for every single person on Guam with the best value to every single person on Guam. But like the previous speaker said before me, this needs to be a little bit more thought out, and the money needs to be planned better in how it's allocated. So I'm going to withdraw my motion and come back with a better structured one later on. Thank you very much.
On the request for the speaker or the mover of the amendment, motion to withdraw, no objections. Amendment carries. Okay. We're now on the Department of Land Management. The Department of Land Management is fully funded out of the special fund of the Land Survey Revolving Fund. And so that is there are no general fund appropriations. The FY 2009 request was for $4,022,521. The FY 2000 appropriation is for $4,108,4. I'm sorry. I am on the wrong page. The Department of Land Management is fully funded out of the Land Survey Revolving Fund, and at this juncture has not been slated to receive any federal grants as of today. The FY 2009 request or authorization was for $2.9 million for 2.942791. The FY 10 request and budget will increase by about 20% to $3,542,117. The major components of that increase are the contractual services, which will increase to $279,338. Supplies and materials will increase to $11,611. Equipment at $9,600. Drug testing is slated to receive $113. Miscellaneous provision will receive $8,000. Telephone $878 increase. And capital outlay $35,000 increase. The OFBS provided funding for over $300,000 for the automation of land records at the department. The project will entail the purchase of hardware and software that will computerize land documents, which will be integrated with the Department of Public Works during their process of putting together the Territorial Transportation Plan, and the Department of Revenue and Taxation to integrate that, of course, with the land records to capture land transactions and provide a more accurate assessment of real estate taxes. Additional resources are being coordinated with DPW in the implementation to provide even more hardware in the future for full integration. This was one of the several initiatives that has been planned and implemented by the Bureau of Information Technology and will be programmed out over the next couple of years. The budget recommendation also funds the following vacant positions at the department: an administrative services officer, an administrative assistant, a computer systems analyst 1, a GIS, LIS manager to work in tandem with the automation of the land records, the chief planner, which has remained vacant for several years now, a deputy civil registrar, an engineering technician 2, and an engineering aide 1. These are the major components of the increase in the budget for the Department of Land Management, and once again, it is fully funded out of the Land Survey Revolving Fund. I see Senator Wampat's hand for some questions or comments on the, and then Senator Palacios.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The request that, that what you're recommending is exactly their request in terms of all of the employees that they need and
yes.
And everything in the actual categories?
Yes, but we're not funding every single position they asked for. It's just not within the realm of the collections of the
so that's,
fund, but it was based upon the priorities they placed.
Okay, so whatever the total dollar amount then that they were able then to generate,
Right.
that every penny of it will go right back to land management?
Correct.
Okay, that's very, Mr. Chairman, I have to say that, this is, of course, how we would like to see this for those certain departments and agencies that, be able to generate some of their own revenues to support some of their services. And I think that when we look at them, it's something we need to actually maybe even consider for other departments and agencies, such as Park and Rec, so that, they'll be able to do the exact same thing, be more self-sufficient. I guess for education it's a little bit different. But to a certain degree, they can, especially for the food program. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Oh, wait, rental.
Yes.
That dollar amount then continues to be the same, and is there any discussion in terms of, I remember them wanting to finally build their own
Yes,
office?
if you recall, and Senator Blas will, because he's worked on this, there was a fund set up for the Department of Land Management for its building fund. And the seed money for the building fund came from the federal FEMA grant for the demolition of the old land management over at Hural Park, I think it's its actual name now, down by Adelup. So FEMA gave us a grant to tear down the building and not rebuild there because of the floodplain zone there. And so a fund was set up with the work of Senator Frank Bloss, and they are in negotiations with finding additional revenue to support the support a mortgage loan to build a facility right here by the Hulali Shopping Center, or the Hulali Center, for a land management, land resource, natural resource building. Still undetermined at this time exactly how the building will be configured, but they're looking at about a 5-story building there to maybe house some natural resources land. So they were talking about the property belongs to the Chamorro Land Trust, and they hope to have the Department of Land Management become a tenant of their building, ancestral lands, and some other maybe smaller natural resource functional areas of the government in that building. I think that there's maybe 1.8 to something over $2 million in that current fund at this time. But we're hoping that with the additional growth that's coming from the Land Survey Revolving Fund itself, that there'll be enough generated revenue there to not only fund the operations of the land of the Department of Land Management, but the additional income will go towards mortgage, in addition to the agencies that are placed in there. Their rental budget right now would go towards supporting the mortgage and the construction of that building. And so that is the general plan with regards to that. And so they are still located at the ITC building in Tamuning at this time, but they are actively pursuing a mortgage for the construction of a land management, land resources building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all that information.
Senator Palacios and then Senator Gutherts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to ask you in general whether there is funding here for, there seems to be a problem at the Department of Land Management with respect to the issuance of title.
Yes.
I think there's a sign up there that they're suspending the issuance of title. I don't know for how long. And property owners sometimes rely on these documents to support their, I guess, their loan application and so forth. It will, of course, enhance their ability for approval if you have that title to show that you own the property. And I just wonder whether the good chair can, at least later on, can again check into that and what is needed to at least restore that to a 3-month waiting period. There was a time when there was a waiting period, it was more than 2 years. And when you transact and you acquire property, you would want that title right away yourself. So that seemed to be the problem, and it's been brought to the attention, I'm sure, so to several of us.
Yeah.
And that's my observation with respect to this. Otherwise, you already answered, I guess, what I was going to ask about the vacancies of over 200,000. So you listed down those
Yes.
positions, which are good positions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But for the issuance of title, again,
Thank you very much. I'm glad you brought that issue up. We became aware of a notice by Land Management that they were going to suspend the issuance of land titles. We spoke with the department, and they have rescinded that policy that they are going to suspend the issuance. Actually, the Department of Land Management, and this gives me an opportunity to say that over the years they have actually completed the research needed to issue titles. They have over 2,000 certificate of titles that are all ready to be picked up, in which the landowners have not come in and picked them up. So anybody listening out there who's been waiting for your certificate of title, there's about we're trying to get enough money to print them out in the paper and say, please pick up your title, it's ready. The funding of the computerized land records is going to allow a speedier process of the research needed to issue the certificate of titles. So that will assist in the issuance of new titles. But we are working with that. The Deputy Civil Registrar, which is the department, the registration department, the registrar is the person basically responsible in the department for the issuance of these titles, is being funded. That will give them additional resources. So You are right in that there was a short time in which the department issued that notice. They've rescinded that notice, and I've asked them to make sure that those that they send it out to have been notified. So we are moving forward on that, and we've met with the director on that matter. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Guthers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, regarding land surveys and how much money are we allocating for land surveying?
There is a land survey division
Right.
at the department. The land survey division basically serves the different departments and agencies, mostly Department of Public Works, in the mayor's offices in regards to trying to do some surveys on rights of ways as we improve the village streets. As far as surveys of general government land, I don't think that they're doing that at this time in terms of just going out and surveying properties. We are trying to work with the Chamorro Land Trust to provide them additional services, but there is a survey division it's not as big as before, but the surveys that they do are mostly for other government agencies.
Right. Well, the reason I bring this up, Mr. Chairman, is two things. First of all, the biggest impediment to properly releasing lands, Chamorro Land Trust property, is the lack of surveyed land. And this has been an ongoing problem since day one of the establishment of the Chamorro Land Trust. The lack of the trust to get its land surveyed so that parcels can be distributed to eligible recipients. And I'd like to ask if we are providing monies to help expedite this process. And if we're not providing monies, why not? There are over 12,000 land applicants, I understand, for Chamorro Land Trust parcels that have been waiting patiently for notification of their parcels or access to their land or authority to begin using land that may have been designated on their behalf but have not been able to do so because of the lack of land surveys. So how does this budget help to rectify that matter, and what can we do to start this process?
It does not. The handing out of lands at the Chamorro Land Trust is not related to the survey division at the Department of Land Management. The Chamorro Land Trust right now, through its process and regulation on the issuance of residential leases, the applicant pays for the survey at this time.
Do they, an eligible recipient for Chamorro Land Trust land has to basically hire a surveyor themselves?
Yes, they have been doing that. That's been the program and the policy at the at the Chamorro Land Trust. I believe it's been that way now for the last 5 years.
Okay, is that an internal policy of the Chamorro Land Trust, or is that a legal requirement?
No, that was the policy that was implemented by the Chamorro Land Trust Commission Board.
Mm-hmm. Is that a reasonable policy, Mr. Chairman? That people are required to survey their land?
It was a policy that was implemented based upon the available resources of the government.
That's what I thought. So, but really, the government should be the one surveying all this property before it releases the land. Am I correct?
It could be a very expensive endeavor. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
It would be. That would be the ideal. Yes.
That would be the ideal. Yeah. Okay. I have a lot of concerns about this issue, and I assume we don't have the monies to do it. Is that the issue, Mr. Chairman?
That is correct. At this time, we don't have the necessary resources to fund a survey crew for Chamorro Land Trust.
Okay. I hope that as this year prospers for fiscal year 2010, that maybe we can, if funds are coming in, we can reserve some money for this purpose.
Yeah.
And I ask for your consideration for next year.
I think next year would may be very doable based upon what we are looking at for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Guthertz. Any other comments or questions? If not, we'll then proceed to the Chief Medical Examiner. Oh, no, revenues. Our PEVs. The PEVs for 2011. The Chief Medical Examiner is the next department of agency. It's a very small agency. It receives a budget recommendation of $389,322, which is a 5% increase from last year's allocation. We are giving the Chief Medical Examiner replacing his cassette deck, Senator Guthertz, to some digital recording. He has requested for that. In addition, we are giving him an additional money under miscellaneous for a couple of printers and which have broken down. We fund a travel for a conference that is contractually obligated to him for his continuing education, and we actually included some vehicle maintenance money, $30 a quarter, basically an oil change for him. Toxicology testing, he had indicated that in the past he's had to do some DNA testing for some of the autopsies, and had requested that. We funded for 3 tests because he said it's between 3 and 5 times a year that he would do it, and we decided to fund for 3, which is the half of his estimated allocation. And that is the budget. There's 3 people, 3 FTEs, I think, in the position at the department. Senator Guthertz.
Mr. Chairman, the position Chief Medical Examiner, is that a contractual position?
Yes, he has a contract with the government of Guam.
Is that a full-time position, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to find out when the Chief Medical Examiner assists other islands, when his assistance is requested for it to go to the other islands to assist with a homicide investigation. Do the other islands reimburse our government? How does that work? Is he paid for that?
His contract allows him to work. My understanding is his contract allows him to work those kind of situations outside of the over and above what he's paid here. So it's not any money he earns for that is kept by the medical examiner according to the terms of the contract. It's not reimbursed to the government. So he basically is allowed to work part-time on a case-by-case basis. It's the military we're trying to get him to pay him for services he provides to them.
Well, that was going to be my next point, that if the military has a situation and they need his expertise, do they reimburse Gov Guam, or they just pay him directly?
I don't think they even pay him.
They don't even pay him?
Yes.
Okay. But all of these matters are covered in his contract?
In his contract,
and
all of those.
And I know there's a commission on postmortem examinations.
That is correct.
I used to be a member of that.
Yes.
And that's the commission that hires the medical examiner and sets the salary and signs the contract?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Palacios and then Senator Muñoz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up comment with respect to the utilization of the services in the military establishment. Under the current statute, of course, the Chief Medical Examiner is the authority in determining the cause of death anywhere in Guam, to include inside. So I think what's been happening is that when there's an incident inside the military base, they first do their work and other things, and sometimes they call their own medical examiner. Then I guess of their option, then they call our Chief Medical Examiner. And they rely on that mandate to say that, well, you have to determine. So perhaps we can work on that. I look into that. And then, but we want to be able to charge the military for the services. Now, My question with you, and you talk about the old dictaphone. I look at on the equipment and it's zero. Well, then what category will pay for that? Because that we need to replace that 10-year-old dictaphone.
I think we may have put it under supplies and materials. Or,
Either that or under the miscellaneous, but
yeah.
I specifically noted that because he brought that up to my attention.
Yes, we definitely
Okay.
funded that. I'll have to make sure, but I know it's in the.
Okay, yeah, it's not under the equipment, so I figured
Yes.
it would be there. Anyway, it's good to know that it's there.
Yes. it
Thank you,
is.
Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you, Senator Munoz Barnes.
Si Diyos Masi, Mr. Chair, as I listened to both the previous speakers, those were my concerns, some of the concerns regarding the military reimbursements for what he's done, the equipment invest, because the last time we checked with him, he had his microscope and a couple of other things. He was literally using other home devices to adapt, improvise, and overcome. And one of the things that he brought up was what Senator Palacios mentioned. So I'm glad, as I saw that equipment had zero on it, I wanted to make sure that the request in reference to the equipment that he needed was being provided for. Maybe it's just under a different object class. The other thing I had was the concern that I wanted to bring up was when Dr. Espinola has to go out for continual training. Is there a provision in here that states that when he's off island, somebody to cover him that has to do the autopsies and all that? Is there a contract provision in there for the other pathologist?
I don't know. It's not in the budget. So
Because I know that it was brought up. And I don't know if that's a big concern, but I know that it was brought up in the past.
yeah, there's no FTE to cover for him. So he may have that as part of his contract. I'm not sure of how
Okay.
if somebody else have to come in to cover for him.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I
Oh,
will
yes,
go
yes,
ahead.
yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There is a provision in the budget here under locum tenens agreement that we budgeted for to cover the medical examiner of his off island, and I think it's on. Let me find it. No. But it's in the budget. There's a provision in the budget for that purpose. Yeah. It's on page 142, section 13, locum tenens exemption during the absence of the chief medical examiner. The Office of Chief Medical Examiner is exempt from the Government of Guam procurement law in contracting for professional services of a qualified medical examiner to be provided when the chief medical examiner is absent from work. And there is budgeted $8,000 in the contractual category for that purpose.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. The reason why I brought that up because it did come to my attention, and our chief medical examiner, he's been very, very accommodating, working with our government for many years, and he shared a perspective with me, and he said, Senator, my patients are all dying to see me. I never have a problem with them. They're all very patient because, the only thing I have to wonder is that they continue want to see me because it's really important. And he said they just all dying to see me, so I just have to take them one patient at a time. But in that respect, I just want you, all kidding aside, to know that thank you again for making sure that those concerns and issues that he's brought up to the past with us have been addressed. So, Sidus Masi.
Yes, we have covered those. Thank you very much. Any other comments on the Chief Medical Examiner? If not, we'll then proceed to the Office of Veterans Affairs, the Veterans Affairs Office. The Veterans Affairs Office was submitted as part of the Governor's Office Chief Executive Branch executive direction submittal, we broke it out and put it out into a separate item in here, I guess, just to ensure that number one, we took it out of the governor's office to ensure that it gets the due attention that it needs, and that it doesn't become embroiled in that whole agency up there. I think it's very important that we separate this out. The request was for $258,000. We have increased this request to $356,000. What we've done is, if you recall, in the past, we appropriated, I think, an additional $200 or $250 to clean the Veterans Cemetery. And we committed at that time, when we made that additional appropriation, that we weren't going to make that just the project, that we were going to build it into the program and the responsibility of the Department of the Office of Veterans Affairs. So what we've done is, we took that initial appropriation and reduced it by the equipment purchase category, and now have put in on a regular basis as part of its operating budget the additional staff necessary to handle the cleaning and grass cutting and work at the Office of Veterans Affairs as they take care of the Veterans Cemetery office. So that is the increase that you see here, would be to take care of that additional personnel that they identified as being required in order to do the job that they wish to do at the Veterans Cemetery. Senator Ada and then Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you can just clarify then, the additional funds was basically to really have the necessary resources to maintain the Veterans Cemetery in PD. Now, is that the 175 under contractual services?
No, the contractual services, 175?
Yeah, so is the maintenance then of the Veterans Cemetery going to be done with in-house personnel hiring new staff, or to be contracted out? Because then if it's to be hired, if they're going to hire in-house, then there's nothing made available for equipment.
Last year or earlier this year, we appropriated $200,000 to the Veterans Affairs Office.
That's correct.
And from that 200, they had a budget in which they purchased the equipment that they would need to assist them for the additional duties at the Veterans for Veterans Cemetery. I think we may have misapplied that 175. I'm glad you brought that, because in the contractual budget here, they only had 25,642, and that was. So I think that the balance of that goes to the regular salary. Chris? Yeah. So, but I know we had it here in the contractual. Veterans Affairs. That should have been put into salaries based upon the budget that they gave us for the hiring of those additional people.
Now, the additional positions that will be hired then, are those positions already at that position title? Have they been identified?
No, they haven't established that.
Okay, I'm just concerned then that we're providing funds to hire more personnel, and what will keep them from hiring then 4 administrators as opposed to 4 groundskeepers?
Yep. It was based upon the budget they submitted, which identified those positions. So I think we may need to. We kind of trusted them that they would do that, but.
No, I trust the guy that's in there. It's the next guy that I don't know is coming in.
Okay, that's true. I'm like you. But so I think we loaded that into the contractual because they had not hired those individuals yet. So, but we also wanted them to be able to use some of that money to clean the cemetery in the meantime. So, but I think we need to do something a little bit more on that then. I agree with you in terms of allocating that money and maybe just loading it into the regular salaries category.
And also, I mean, although they have may have bought some equipment from from the $200,000 allocation that was given to them earlier, obviously equipment will break down. They're going to need to buy the whips and whatnot, and so I think we're going to need, I don't know, that supplies and materials, that's probably just for their administrative use.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I can get with Parks and, with this agency and see how we can work that out.
Oh, do you want to do a recess right now, or?
No,
No?
we can
Okay.
probably come, if we can come back to this and see how
Okay.
to reallocate that,
Okay.
if you prefer that.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your preference?
Um,
Break then? I mean, you want to,
Can we do it? You think you can do that pretty quickly?
yeah, if he's in the office, I guess, we'll see how quickly we can come out with.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So Senator Blas then, and then Senator Espodan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, and if you can grant me some flexibility and leeway on this, if you can recall in our discussions that we had yesterday with regards to a concern that I had with a certain category within the Guam Police Department, more specifically with their travel category, and discussions with your staff, and I appreciate the assistance I got from your staff in being able to clarify some of this. The amounts that were provided by the Guam Police Department for its travel was $102,000, and in recognition that was a part of that was a part of a $561,000 cost share or match grant that they had for their boating safety, I did express some concern that a cost share of $102,000 would basically mean $204,000 worth of travel. And again, through the assistance of your staff, finding that, and one of the concerns that I had, and I remember in our discussion, was that I didn't want that they had inadvertently placed their whole attempt to cost share in that one category, and it's not. They've managed to spread out their cost share amongst different categories so that it doesn't affect other categories, the other categories in the grant. That said, though, still I'm a little concerned and recognize, yes, travel is expensive, but in past experience, I work as the Homeland Security Advisor, working with the Guam Police Department and working with other agencies. I do know that there are a number of different existing programs within Homeland Security that can augment and can assist these agencies in being able to get to off-island trainings and seminars. And so, not to take away from the need, but recognizing that we're dealing with a very tight budget. I wanted to reserve some comment on that because I wanted to do some further research on first off the necessity, the need, and then the needs of other agencies. And in the Veterans Affairs Office,
is this the amendment?
That's the amendment.
Okay. Because the amendment reads military.
I'm sorry.
So I was kind of.
I'm sorry. Let me correct that. Then
I was a little confused.
It's going to be Veterans Affairs.
Okay.
Veterans Affairs Office. Okay.
Can I?
I'm sorry. Veterans Affairs Office. Okay.
Yes.
So, and I hope I'm still in line, right? We are at Veterans Affairs right now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Phew. It's back in the old days. Remember, Veterans Affairs used to be under Military Affairs. Okay.
It used to be, that's right.
Okay. So, senior moment. I'm getting almost to be your age, and yours, Chris. So don't laugh too hard.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna call for a recess while we.
Anyways, so recognizing that and recognizing some of the needs in the other entities. In a number of the discussions that I've had with a number of veterans who rely heavily on the services provided by the Veterans Affairs Office, one of the needs and that they have in being able to access the services not only provided by Veterans Affairs, but access services that Veterans Affairs can assist them in getting to, was the need for a vehicle so that, through the assistance and the cooperation of volunteers for the Veterans Affairs Office, that veterans can be taken. A lot of these veterans are disabled, without vehicle, need to access service. And so in order to try to be able to take care of this, my amendment basically proposes to reduce the amounts for the travel, the off-island, for the Guam Police Department from $102,000 to $62,000. Again, recognizing, Madam Chair, ma'am, you changed. Again, recognizing that the $62,000 is a cost share, and that the cost share actually brings GPD's travel, to somewhere in the area of it still brings it to about $124,000 for off-island travel, for travel, 124, okay, even if we reduce it because it's a cost share. But then taking that 40,000 and moving it over to, again, the Veterans Affairs Office under the miscellaneous category, but then specifically for the procurement of a minivan with a maintenance agreement. Putting that in. So that is my amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Blas. Two things I just wanted to make sure. First of all, I know you said to increase the miscellaneous, which is object category 290, from 15 to 55. However, if you look on page 94, under miscellaneous is 0.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I was looking at the other sheet.
The cheat sheet?
I don't know where I got that.
I think maybe
Okay,
that
well,
might be the
whatever
figure.
it is, ma'am, just that I'm moving 40,000 to the miscellaneous.
Oh, okay. Then the other question that, and I think maybe we might have to take a brief recess to have a conversation on, is that because we've passed GPD and because there are many programs in GPD where they need to be matched, and by deleting that, would that affect then the federal matching?
Well, that's one of the concerns that I had, and again, I appreciate and I thank the staff of the chairman, in that there were matches that were made in other categories within GPD. Okay, there were matches that were made in other categories within GPD.
Okay.
So it's not, the entire match wasn't just placed in the travel.
Okay, so why don't we just take a brief recess? Thank you very much.
Committee of the Whole is back in session. We wanted to get some additional information regarding the matching requirement under the proposed amendment. And so in order to get that clarification, we'll recess until 2 this afternoon, at which time several members of the body have requested that a roll call be convened when we reconvene. Thank you. The Committee of the Whole in the matter of the consideration of Bill number 58 is substituted by the Committee on Appropriations, making appropriations to the Government of Guam operations for fiscal year 2010. When we recessed earlier this morning, Senator Blas had presented an amendment, and we had indicated that we would get additional information from the Guam Police Department. We received that information. That information's been relayed to Senator Blas. Their one concern was that moving the appropriation may result or cause a delay in the federal grant, but that was the information we received. Senator Blas, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I thank, I guess, the Guam Police Department from responding to the inquiry on this thing. And Mr. Chair, absent the information that I think they should have provided to justify the need for $102,000. Now, I need to reiterate this. This is a cost share on a grant, total grant of $561,000, of which $102,000, or since it's a cost share, $204,000 for travel. Mr. Chair, and I appreciate and I recognize that yes, there's a need to be able to travel, which is why, of course, I've only taken $40,000 from that category, which would leave them 62 with a cost share match that would bring them to about $124,000. That's the cost for the travel for a multitude of different agencies. And in recognition that, again, I had, thanks to your staff, recognizing that there are other categories that contain within the police department that they, that they've spread out the $561,000, cost share for the grant. I'm going to have to tend to err on the side of the need, and recognize that, we've heard it before. We've heard it before that things such as this would cause a delay. No, it won't. It won't cause a delay. If anything, it would probably mean a reduction in their travel costs. But at the same time, I recognize and I know that there are other means to be able to supplement their travel. Mr. Chair, I got to tell you that when I served as a Homeland Security Advisor, I used to send 5 police officers a month on my budget. All right, for training, and that was monies that the police department didn't have to put out for their per diem, didn't have to put out for their travel. It was subsidized from the Homeland Security grant, of which still exists. So there's still that possibility of being able to utilize that avenue to be able to. And then another thing is $102,000 for one program. There's more to the police department than just the boating safety. And so, with that, Mr. Chair, and in recognition that the information was passed by GPD, I still stand by my amendment. As a matter of fact, as a result of the confusion and my fault with regards to where it was going to go, I had taken the liberty of being able to pass out the corrected amendment. Okay, and for everybody's for everybody, it says on the top, it says corrected amendment on the top. Again, reducing the Guam Police Department's travel budget from 102 to 62, and then moving that monies over to the Veterans Affairs Office putting it in miscellaneous, increasing it from 0 to 40,000. And this is specifically for the procurement of a minivan with a maintenance contract for the minivan.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. On the amendment, I have Senator Palacios, Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as much as I have the oversight on GPD, I have to say that the $62,000 year remaining after removing the $40,000 for the Veterans Affairs, I think that $62,000 is the local share, and matching that with the federal share for a total of $124,000 for travel, I think that is more than adequate for the 12-month travel need of the Guam Police Department. And I understand that there are other federal funding for which when police officers have to go, sometimes the program itself would fund for that. So this category from 102 to the 62,000, moving the 40,000 to under miscellaneous for the Veterans Affairs, which under miscellaneous right now has 0. I am sure that the Veterans Affairs can use the 40,000 in a more efficient manner to the benefit of the people of Guam. I understand the last speaker is noting about at least one vehicle and something else, but the point is, it's not for travel. It is for something that would heighten the performance and the efficiency of the Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Rector, and then Senator Cabo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the amendment, and as much as I believe how important travel is and what a challenge it is for every agency to fund off-island travel, I also believe in the work the Veterans Affairs Office does and their ability to be able to transport back and forth and to deal with many of our veterans. I recently ran into the new Secretary of Veterans Affairs in the Obama administration, and I reminded him that I believe there's more veterans on Guam per capita than anywhere else in the nation. Now, I've tried to verify those numbers, but I suspect that that is true. And if it's not, we're awful darn close and in the top part. And many of our veterans have trouble surviving and need the help of our local Veterans Affairs Office, if for no other reason, to help them deal with the Federal Veterans Affairs Office. It's almost on a daily basis where I hear the challenges that our veterans have trying to get the benefits that the federal government promised them, and yet when they needed them, didn't deliver. And our local Veterans Affairs Office has been quite good at helping our veterans to get these benefits that are due and owed to them. So I stand in support of the amendment. My only problem with it is the specification of procurement of a minivan with a maintenance agreement. And I just have a little issue with that because of how specific it is. As I was looking through the code not too long ago, I noticed, because I was thinking it's insane how we buy vehicles at Guam. We buy one or two here and one or two there, so we've got Toyotas and Chevys and Nissans and Dodges, and we've got 7 billion vehicles in the government of Guam, and I thought, how crazy is that? We are one government. We need to use the bulk buying power that we have as a government, an economy of scale, and buy one type of little pickup and one type of sedan so we have all the parts available and we can take care of it. And I thought I was being real smart till I started looking through the code and found out it's already mandated in the code that we do that. It's already mandated that we have a 3-year plan and that we buy all of the vehicles from the same source. So I don't know how these agencies are getting away with breaking the law and purchasing vehicles one at a time or two at a time or 5 at a time, because I don't think it's legal to do that. We need to start being smart and doing what legislators before us came up with and said, hey, let's use the bulk buying power of the government and buy both vehicles and parts of the same type so that we can have one oil filter that fits every vehicle in the government of Guam, et cetera, et cetera. It's just the smart thing to do. So with that, I propose an amendment to the amendment to change the word minivan with maintenance agreement to a vehicle for the transportation, just for a vehicle.
The amendment to the amendment being proposed by Senator Rector would be to strike out the word minivan with maintenance agreement, and it's for the procurement of a vehicle for Veterans Affairs Office. Okay? No objections? That amendment carries. Senator Calvo, on the amendment as amended.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to state my support for the amendment. It's over the past couple of years we finally started to putting more resources into the Office of Veterans Affairs. Again, it's a very critical agency that is supporting our many patriotic citizens who have joined the military, and any resource, additional resources we can find towards fortifying this office, I think is a plus for this legislation. So again, I'm in favor of the amendment, not more for the travel aspect and the reduction of it, but more towards giving more resources to the Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Calvo. Senator Ogden, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to stand in full support of this particular reallocation of resources. I think it's ironic that it's being taken out of one particular entity that is a priority and given to another entity that is also a priority. But let me share just some financial data that I received just a few days ago in regards to the Veterans Affairs Office. In 2007, and I need to qualify the statement because I'm not too sure, I wasn't able to clarify whether it's calendar year or fiscal year. But regardless, we're talking about a 12-month time frame. In 2007, the Veterans Affairs Office was able to identify $30 million of payments going to the veterans who reside in Guam. That was the figure that was provided by the Executive Director of the Veterans Affairs Office. I asked him exactly what the to-date figure is, and he said $18 million to date has been received. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that in certain circumstances, there are reimbursements that carry over for like 10 years. If in fact the disability percentage is increased or someone is given a disability is paid in one lump sum. So there's certain anomalies in this particular figure. But just to look at the contribution of veterans in 2007, the figure that was provided directly to me was $30 million. And then to date, as of 2 days ago, $18 million of contributions on behalf of the veterans here in Guam, or who have Guam as the place of residence. So I think that just that information alone is sufficient justification to reinforce any additional resources that would be provided to the Veterans Affairs Office. So, Mr. Speaker, if you want to question the figure that I just provided you, then I think it would be appropriate to call the Executive Director of the Veterans Affairs Office and not direct any questions directly to me. Those are just numerical figures that were shared with me 2 days ago, and I take it based on the individual that was providing that. So other than that, I stand in full support of my Primus's amendment to reallocate some of the resources over to the Veterans Affairs Office so that in fact they can procure an appropriate vehicle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Ogden. Senator Espaldon on the Blas amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I understand and I do appreciate this amendment. And in concept, I definitely agree with it. You know, as it was explained when it was proffered in terms of this amendment by Senator Blas, is that this would help a lot of our veterans perhaps be transported around to special functions because a lot of them are disabled or a lot of them don't have vehicles of their own and so forth. I guess my concern then becomes that if we do pass this amendment and we do give the Veterans Affairs Office this vehicle, then we would have to take a look at the rest of their budget. Because along with just the vehicle, now we have to be concerned with issues such as the gas, right? Is there a portion in their budget that would allow them to purchase gas? Insurance costs for the vehicle, as well as when we start talking about this van per se, or this vehicle per se, who will be driving it? And again, we're looking at perhaps increasing the number of employees. Now, will those employees that we're talking about be the ones responsible to drive this vehicle, or will it be somebody else? And again, I bring that up because if we go down this road and approve this vehicle, we have to deal with the corresponding issues. And so when we start talking about driving the veterans around, we're talking about some liability issues involved as well. But then we also have to realize that a lot of the functions in which the veterans attend are going to be are usually held on weekends or in evening hours, and so we have to deal with the issue of how about overtime pay. When we start taking up the salaries of the driver, perhaps, are we then going to start talking about paying this particular person overtime because he'll be working on weekends or he'll be working after hours? And so I reserve whether I support this or not, only because we have not addressed those corresponding issues. And maybe part of this discussion in terms of whether we approve this vehicle or not should incorporate and should include the discussions on the correlating issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Spadon. Any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Are there any objections to the amendment? The amendment as amended.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. I guess the amendment is to put in transfer $40,000 from the GPD travel budget and put it into the miscellaneous category of the Veterans Affairs Office to purchase a vehicle.
That's good.
And quite frankly, for the involvement that I've had with Veterans Affairs, it appears that the need that has been expressed is not so much the lack of a vehicle to take veterans from point A to point B, more so than the disappointment over the state of affairs of the veteran cemetery. And I think it's excellent. We're taking a step forward by providing them an additional $150,000 to hire groundskeepers and basically a veterans administrator. A cemetery administrator out there to oversee that operation, since that's really a large part of the office's operations. But if we're really going to maintain the cemetery in a state that befits our veterans, I would really prefer to see that instead of buying a vehicle, maybe a $20,000 pickup truck to be able to haul around their bush cutters or whatever equipment, and the remainder is to purchase supplies and materials such as paint brushes, and other equipment that is necessary to spruce up the cemetery itself. That, I believe, is really the need and the desire that has been expressed by the veterans, not the need for a set of wheels to ferry them from one point to another. So I would ask the mover of the amendment, and while I appreciate having identified $40,000, that amount, I really think that we should probably put it more into supplies and materials, and if we're still going to stay with the vehicle, then I think more so a working utility vehicle that can be used down at the cemetery, because that is what they do not have. So that Mr. Chairman, is my position on that, and buying a van to ferry around veterans, I don't believe is what is really needed, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Senator Rada, I certainly understand that. I did want to just bring to your attention that in the earlier appropriation that was passed this year of $200,000, they had in that budget a portion of the budget of that $200,000 to purchase a pickup truck already out of that $250,000 plus additional small equipment such as bush cutters and lawnmowers. So I know you can, I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that the need for a pickup truck should be no longer there because of the fact that in that $250,000 appropriation, they had earmarked purchase of a pickup truck with the money from that appropriation. So.
Well, great. Thank you for that information. But that still leaves other requirements. They need
Sure.
a water blaster to blast down the crypts before it gets painted. At least for that one event out of the year, Veterans Day ceremonies and Memorial Day. So again, my position still remains then that $40,000 I think is better spent on maintenance equipment to maintain that cemetery. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Tenorio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've been listening to the comments of my colleagues, and of course, I've been down to the Veterans Affairs office, and I spoke to them recently. The problem that they have is really twofold. They have two vehicles. One has been on repair for an extended amount of time, and as you pointed out, they've had the ability to procure the truck. Opening up the opportunity for them to order a vehicle which is akin to their needs, and rather than saying van or sedan or truck, is really then the discretion of that agency, which I think is proper. I support the amendment with respect to allowing them to do this. And if you look at the Veterans Affairs Office and the number of employees down there, they need additional support. Allowing maybe the flexibility so that the fuel and other associated costs for maintenance to be included in the provision would probably do, for the most part, if you buy, let's say, a $20,000 car or whatever it is that they need, or be a van, and then allowing the remainder of that money, if not actually used for the purchase of the vehicle, to be used for associated costs, should pretty much do the job. But Mr. Chairman, there are other needs at the Veterans Affairs Office. For example, they need something in the order of, I think it's about $20,000, which is a figure I recall, for the air conditioning down at the chapel, which is yet to be air conditioned since it was created down at the Veterans Cemetery. They have 5 non-functioning air conditioning units, which are all split units in their office, which they also haven't been able to repair. And a lot of this is a function of cash flow, but for the most part, they need the vehicle, absolutely. Giving them the opportunity or the discretion to decide what type of vehicle and how much to spend is probably a prudent thing to do. Making sure the flexibility is built into the amendment such that they can actually procure fuel or repairs to either the existing vehicle or the vehicles they already have in inventory is a very prudent thing, I think, as well. But I think overall what we need to do is make sure that what we're doing here is giving them the latitude to be able to, in fact, get the vehicle, whether it be a truck, van, sedan, whatever their requirements are, and making sure that they can meet those needs. But there are other needs of the Veterans Affairs Office, which you pointed out. There's an increased budget as a result of this this proposal you put before us, and I appreciate that on behalf of the veterans. They really appreciate the support from this legislature in making sure that they don't have to worry about the grass growing too high at the Veterans Fair or Veterans Cemetery, and making sure that we, in fact, at this legislature, support them. So that's my 2 cents on this matter, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on it.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the Bloss amendment as amended? If not, are there any objections? No objections? The amendment as amended carries. I had still on the list here on the Veterans Affairs Office, Senator Spodon, Senator Palacios, and Senator Ada. Did you still wish to speak on the Senator Spodon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember raising my hand on this issue in terms of the budget, and it was concerning the same issue that Senator Ada went down earlier in terms of contractual services getting $175,000, and you have regular salaries reflecting $95,000.
150.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess my feeling on this, and I think part of the dialogue was that you had stated that we are giving them more of a budget so they can go out and hire more people. And basically this is for the specific purpose of helping them maintain the veterans cemetery. And I know from the past, and when I used to be oversight of the Veterans Affairs, yes, indeed, the cemetery needed much more attention. I guess in my mind right now, the conflict I have in my mind right now that I'm going through is whether it's better to hire out the maintenance of that facility and outsource it, or do we hire it in-house to maintain it? And it would seem to me that as it stands right now, we have the $175,000 under contractual services, and perhaps that's where it should remain, because then that allows us to go ahead and outsource the maintenance and not have to incur perhaps employees and the corresponding benefits government-wide, and as the years go on, the incremental benefits they will receive, and also allows us to grow the revenue on the outside in terms of the private sector. So that's just my comment, in that I believe that the maintenance of the Veterans Cemetery should probably be outsourced, and perhaps the staff there now, maybe with the addition of one or two more, can just maintain in between the intervals when the of the outsourced contract for maintenance of the cemetery. But so in essence, I stand by the way it's written out right now, that the contractual services is proper so that we can outsource those services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Spaldon. I have Senator Palacios. Did you still wish to speak on the bill? On that section? Veterans Affairs.
Thank you. Actually, it's just a question, Mr. Chairman, on the page 94, line 16 on the telephone. It's showing here for 7,000, and I figure out that probably would be enough for 9 lines. I mean, how many facilities does the Veteran Affairs occupy? I mean, I understand it's just the ASEAN headquarters. Yeah, but are there other? I mean, is there a telephone at the Veteran Cemetery, for example, or?
I believe so. They had requested that amount, and that may include their.
You see, Mr. Chairman, I compared this with the military affairs. The military affairs is only earmarking $8,000 under that category, and the Veterans Affairs, I know, is much, much, much smaller in size and in area, for example. That I'm just pointing that out. I'm not intending to remove the amount, but perhaps that can be reconciled with the office.
Yes, just for the record, in FY 208, the telephone toll, which includes, when it says toll, it includes long distance. In FY 08, it was 5,302. FY 09, they were budgeted at $6,000, and this year they're requesting $7,000. I'm guessing it's, they do a lot with off-island telephone calls for these veterans benefits and others, so that's what I'm guessing, that includes their long-distance charges.
My understanding with respect to the use of long-distance communicating with off-island federals, I think there's a 1-800 number that can be used by some of these. Yeah. I'm just comparing that with the Department of Military Affairs that's only asking for $8,000. And you can imagine the difference between the two agencies.
Well, the Department of Military Affairs, that may be the local, but the Department of Military Affairs has a federal matching, which also pays.
I look at that, and I look at the breakdown, and that's a total. Federal and local, it's at 8,000. I'm just figuring that there appear to be an inconsistency there. That's just my point.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Ada? No additional? Okay. Any other comments? No other comments on veterans? We'll then proceed to, yes? Or there was no objection to the? That's done. That has been, the 40,000, yes. Okay. All right, Senator Ada.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, thank you. So then to go back and complete that motion that was made earlier before the recess, the motion was to shift $150,000 out of contractual services and to put that into regular salaries
And benefits.
and the appropriate amount for benefits.
Yes, okay. On that motion, no objection? Motion carries. Okay. We are now at Customs. Senator Respicio? Oh, Senator Guthertz at Customs?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, does this reflect an increase for Customs? Yes.
It's a very slight increase. Last year, based upon the revenues of the Customs, Agriculture, and Quarantine Inspection Services Fund, their budget was $8,273,770. This year, once again, based upon the revenue projected for that fund, their appropriation is $8,296,141, which is a very, very slight increase this year.
And these funds basically come from the revenue they generate, am I correct?
That's correct. They were 100% funded
Self-sustaining.
by this the inspection charges at the airport and at the ports of entry,
Right.
and the bill of lading fees and such.
And Mr. Chairman, I would dare say, as the buildup begins, we're going to see an increase in revenues available to this agency because of increased inspections and related activities. I do want to say a couple things. One is that, as all of you may know, the agency is trying to get the attention of the military so that it can charge fees for its services on the bases.
Mm-hmm.
This has been an ongoing debate between the military and the Guam Department of Customs and Quarantine. Our Customs and Quarantine agency must inspect airplanes and vessels coming to the island to ensure that first there's no contraband coming in or potential dangers from invasive species. Unfortunately, when Customs and Quarantine make themselves available to ports of entry at the military bases, they are not reimbursed for their services. I have written to our Congresswoman, I've written to the Secretary of Defense, and to other federal offices to really try to resolve this matter. Unfortunately, we have not been successful. We may have to move for a congressional law that requires the United States military to reimburse the local government for these inspections. These inspections are very taxing on our Customs and Quarantine agency because it requires that personnel be assigned to these ports of entry, reducing available personnel to the Guam International Airport and to the Port Authority of Guam for inspections. Now, my concern, Mr. Chairman, is that we have properly budgeted to the Customs and Quarantine Agency personnel monies to be able to continue policing our ports of entry and the military ports of entry. And I'm wondering if the monies that are reflected here would be adequate for that purpose. In the hearings, I do recall the director expressing concern about adequate funding to cover the military bases. And I'm not going to ask for more money at this moment, but I am going to ask you as chair of Finance and Budgeting to please consider this, that we may have to increase this if we cannot get the military to reimburse the local government or Customs and Quarantine for their services, then we may have to increase the budget for personnel costs as the increase in the military buildup occurs. So we need to keep that in mind. My second point, and this is more of a question, you know, they have their unit that handles dogs that do inspections for contraband, drug contraband, and invasive species. And have we, where is that reflected here? Is that reflected within the division levels of
Yes,
budgeting?
that's correct.
Okay, so we have incorporated that.
Yes, they have the K-9 unit as a division.
Right,
Yes.
and that's budgeted. Okay, that's good. That's another area that they hope to beef up as the buildup proceeds. You might recall, ladies and gentlemen, during the Vietnam War period when Guam was a staging point for the war and an R&R center, a lot of the drugs that came into Guam came to us in connection with the Vietnam War, the smuggling of drugs into the island. And these K-9 animals are very, very important to catch this contraband at the airport, at the Port Authority, at the military points of entry, and other areas to ensure that our island is protected from these nefarious activities. I want to thank the chairman for incorporating the basic request of the Customs and Quarantine Department in this budget, but I ask all of you to please be sensitive to the need to beef this up as we move forward with this buildup. This will not be adequate to meet the department's needs for the buildup. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios, and then Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, looking at this on page 96, line 3, under the office space rental, I understand that they are housed in one of the Tijan building, but there is no money for office rental here.
Right, no, but that's only at the airport, not at the headquarters. I'm sorry. The rental for for customs, I believe, Senator Palacios, is taken out by the airport prior to transmitting the inspection fee to customs.
So that's why it's showing here, but at least it should be showing how much actually they're paying for rent.
Yeah, they didn't show it in their budget. I didn't see it.
It's just a point that I like to bring out.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, they did. Again, when they charge the customs inspection charge, the airport collects that charge. The airport then takes the money for the rent and then remits to customs the balance. And customs did not break that out in their budget. They did not indicate any amount for that in their budget, so I'm not privy to that information.
Okay. Another item, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion to adjust under the overtime category on page 95, line 22,
Yes.
to reduce that by 22,372, and the same amount be reflected as a reduction to the total appropriation.
Yes.
And I
Okay.
think the understanding is that this is an overestimation of the special funds revenue. So perhaps
That's correct.
maybe the committee can explain this, sir.
That's correct. The estimated revenue, I believe, was 2,273,770 initially. Was estimated, but when we got the appropriation request, the request was at 8,296,142. So we need to reduce that to meet the estimated revenue. So that would be the motion, and that is okay.
And that is to be consistent with actually what it would reflect, and not necessarily a reduction because we don't want it there.
That's correct.
And we want to transfer, but that it's not actually there.
That's correct. That's correct. So on
Thank
that
you.
motion, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Palacios. Senator Rector, on that motion.
On the motion, if I understand right, is to move some of this money from overtime into regular salary? What is the official motion? Could you repeat it for me?
The motion would be to reduce the amount on line 22, page 95, overtime special pay, to reduce that from 371,405, reduce it by 22,372. That is needed because the appropriated revenue that were submitted did not match was above 22,372 above the estimated revenue for the customs inspection fund. So it's just to balance the revenue versus the expenditure. If you're worried about the overtime is usually a carrier overtime charge, so that actually the customs officers, when they need to work overtime, the company that wants them to work overtime to inspect their cargo, for example, pays them, I think it's 2.3 or 2.5 times their base salary. So that's being paid by the private company that's requiring them to work overtime. So it's just that special pay, and it's just to balance the revenue.
I understand that. Now, one of the issues that I'm not quite sure if my colleagues are familiar with it, but there's currently a case in court for overtime pay for Customs and Quarantines officers. The department had been under the assumption, I don't know all the details in my head, but under the assumption they could work them 43 hours a week without paying them the 3 hours overtime. And the judge has issued a finding saying that no, they can't do that and they have to start paying them, but they haven't come back with a full ruling, it's my understanding, on how much more they have to pay them. So there's a big case on overtime that could affect this budget. That's the only reason I'm hesitant to reduce this, because their overtime budget is going to change radically in this coming year from what it was in last year. Even with the present rulings in court, there's going to have to be some manipulation of this, and I don't know if they took that into account, because obviously their staffing levels are way too low. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to work these guys nonstop. So I don't know if anything's been taken into account to that, and so I am hesitant to support any amendment that would take money out of overtime.
Yeah. Once again, the majority of this line item is for special pay, not really overtime, because the customs officers are paid under that carrier overtime charges program.
No, I understand that, but they're working all of these officers 43 hours a week. Every single officer in there, because they thought they could do it without paying them overtime. And they just found out that they can't. So there's going to have to be a big readjustment in how they function, or they're having to pay a lot of overtime. And
Okay.
that case just came down. So I know the program you're talking about, when a flight comes in at 2 in the morning and they have to have somebody go out and do a specialty inspection, or a ship comes in at 4 in the morning, then they have to pay them 2.5 times. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the regular overtime that this department incurs on a daily basis. So that's my concern, and I haven't been able to get the numbers really quick on that to find out, and really they're not available because the judge has ruled on one part, but he hasn't ruled on the next, or she hasn't ruled on the next.
Yeah.
So that's just my concern. Thank you very much.
Certainly understand that. Just for further clarification, the overtime / special pay category here, according to the customs submittal, is really not for overtime. It's for night differential and holiday pay. So that's the further clarification that we have from their submittal. So once again, no overtime. So we're not reducing overtime. It really is. but that's the line item that they put it in. Unfortunately, that's the object class and category. So, any other discussion on that? No discussion? No further? No objections? Amendment carries. Any other discussion on customs? All right. We'll now proceed then to. Did you want to speak on customs? Okay. So we're still on Customs and Quarantine Agency. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just spoke on the amendment. Once again, customs are unsung heroes in the public structure. And I want to talk about how this agency is understaffed and underfunded. And we know that it is because we have problems with the rhino beetle infestation. If these gentlemen and ladies of Customs Quarantine had all the tools at their disposal to do the job that they all wanted to do, and the staffing that they needed so that they could do the job they wanted to do, we would have picked up these beetles and they wouldn't be currently endangering our island. Or the frogs, or the turtles, or the snakes, or the variety of things that we see on a daily basis sneaking into Guam and endangering our very sensitive ecostructure. You know, and one of the things that really brings this to mind for me is I had these really nice palm trees in my yard. I think they were called royal palms. No, maybe not, but really nice palms. They're kind of short, but with a really big broad leaf that were beautiful and all over our island. And yet, because we weren't able to pick up someone smuggling illegal plants onto our island, we picked up a fungus that wiped out not just this type of palm tree, but a lot of our indigenous palm trees and led them to extinction. We can't continue to endanger the future generations of Guam this way. We have things that are very special here, and we don't want to lose what we have. And so later on, I think I agree with the chair of this committee, let's look at a way that we can fund this agency so that they can do the job that our people need for them to do. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other discussion on customs? If not, we'll proceed then to the Department of Chamorro Affairs. The Department of Chamorro Affairs is slated to receive a total appropriation this year of approximately $1.160,484. So it's $1,160,484, of which is totally funded from the general fund. There are no special fund funding, nor are there federal grants at this time. The FTE count it remains according with the third quarter staffing pattern as reported. It includes 10 unfunded vacancies in their budget request, but the most critical positions being an osteologist and an anthropologist, archaeologist, that they had prioritized for examining the human remains that we have that are all remaining in boxes that need to be cataloged and studied in order for us to be able to inter these human remains. They were not funded, but what we decided to do was fund one osteologist and one archaeologist, which would allow the Department of Chamorro Affairs to contract for the services rather than fulfill them on a staff basis, since these individuals are not available normally within our community, but are sometimes available under contractual services, and they would be placed under the Guam Museum Division. And so the increase totaling $121,000 is requested for in this budget, which then brings the budget of the agency to that $1,160,484. Any discussion on this? Senator Taitagui and then Senator Uggan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being at the budget, not the budget, but the public hearing for this agency, coming across a few things I found very disturbing. The fact that the Chamorro Affairs did not have an individual for the language and cultural area in the Department of Chamorro Affairs for the last 4 years. They have not been able to fill that vacancy, and something that is definitely what puts the whole Chamorro Cultural Affairs together, having the culture and the language. So that was very disturbing to hear that, and I did mention with the director to make sure that she finds somebody in that area. Another thing is I believe the salary for the director in this department was also brought up, the fact that she was making a salary of $55,303, and when questioned to ask how much money she's making on her salary, she then quoted to me $61,939. Where is this coming from? I mean, and of course she said that, well, you know, in her words, that she's not going to work in this job for that little pay, was also very disturbing as well. So it seems that she's getting this additional money from the governor's office to pay her up to the $61,939. So I would like to make an amendment to take out the I believe it's around $6,000 difference, and place this amount, since the governor is willing to subsidize her, you know, to the contractual area for the archaeologists in section, I believe it's the contractual, yes.
230 on page 98.
Thank you, Page 98, 230.
Yeah, object category 230, line 7.
Line 798, yes.
So it will be to remove it from the salaries?
To remove it from the salary,
Executive director?
specifically from the director's salary, you know, of that $6,000, and place that amount into the subcontractual part.
Okay. On that amendment, any discussion? Any objections? No objections? The amendment carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Uggan next, and then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just a couple of questions. I understand that you were able to provide flexibility under the contractual services component for the hiring of a osteologist and archaeologist. Now, my question, Mr. Speaker, is whether, in fact, this agency, as a government line agency, has that flexibility in the latter part. I believe there's a provision of law that's codified every year or passed every year that allows for flexibility in terms of hiring individuals on a contractual basis. Are those positions highlighted here, or does the agency have an ingrained flexibility to hire these professionals?
No, this would be a provision for contractual services for professional services. So it won't be for personnel services. It's a contract for professional services, which the agencies are allowed to do.
Okay, so it's not a recruitment. I'm trying to figure out how I can try to address I don't know if I want to use the word complementary issue as it applies to one of my oversight, Mr. Chairman.
No, this doesn't fit.
Also, there's another aspect, Mr. Speaker, when you mentioned that there's no special funds, and I would certainly encourage the individual, one of our colleagues who has oversight over this particular entity. The Chamorro Village is under the guidance of the Department of Chamorro Affairs, if I'm not mistaken. Now, they generate a significant amount of revenues on an annualized basis, and I don't know if they continue to be audited on an annual basis as part of the requirements of law. I know that there was an incident several years back questioning the allocations, the revenues received, and the expenditures incurred as a result of the operations of the Chamorro Village. But that is another special fund component that I certainly I'm interested in finding out down the road as to how that fund is being maintained, and if in fact there's an annualized requirement for an audit. Because right now it's not appropriated by the legislature. Hasn't been since the inception, since 1992, if I'm not mistaken, has not been appropriated. and it's more or less a discretionary funding source. But the reality is, I think that it generates anywhere now today about between $300,000 to $400,000 a year.
Yes, I think the Chamorro Village Fund, though, is under GITA. I think it remains there, if I'm not mistaken. I may be mistaken. You were the former director of commerce.
Yes, I think we reverted it back. Remember, we sent it to GITA, and
Right.
then we took the Chamorro Village and gave it to Department of Chamorro Affairs, and then the operations of that fund followed the Chamorro Village.
Okay.
Yeah. So unless I was not privy to that with my GITA counterparts, but no, I believe it's under the Department of Chamorro Affairs. So that's a special funding component, Mr. Speaker, that I don't know if you want to highlight in the next budgetary process.
Right, because it wasn't reflected in this one. That's correct.
Okay, and like I shared with you, I think that you're looking at anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000 annualized, and obviously they get a lot of supplemental funding for their positions because most of the positions are funded under the categories that you provided here.
Yes.
So they're funded, their positions are funded, but the operations is funded with a separate fund. So FYI, and I certainly would be interested to find out how those funds are.
We will look at that in the next budget cycle.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Speaker.
for bringing it to our attention. Senator Rector, did you have your hand up on this one? Okay. All right. Any other discussion on the Chamorro Village or Chamorro Affairs? If not, we are then at the Department of Military Affairs. No objections on the Department of Military Affairs? The Department of Military Affairs, of course, is the local component of the National Guard and the reserve component. There are federal funds that are appropriate or a part of the operational requirements. The appropriation levels you see here are from the local funds for the All right. So the governor, in the submission of the budget, when he presented it in January, of course, revenues were not as high in terms of the projection at that time, and so there was a decrease in the funding requested. But we've had to increase this in order to maximize the federal grants and the federal matching that they would receive from the local appropriation level. So the federal matching amount that we get for the operation of the Guard, and this does not include any of the component of their the Guard duties and the stipends and everything else. This is for the full-time Guard component. So the federal matching on this is $1,122,968. I saw Senator Bloss's hand up. Senator Bloss, Senator Uggan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I guess this is something that my sister is going to be taking care of in an amendment that she talked about yesterday with regards to the drug testing. Because I'm seeing here that drug testing, I'm just making sure that I'm reading the right one. It's $500.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, and we provided all of the that report to.
So I just again in recognition that there's a pending amendment to that again I need to voice that first off. That's that although I love the drug testing, I don't know whether that's necessary there. So I'll wait and to see what Senator Barnes has got proffered in his farce amendment in addressing the drug testing category of all the agencies. I just needed to point that one out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Uggan and then Senator Palacios.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, this is an agency that also is close to my heart, so to speak. But I just want to highlight just a couple of things. I think that when we look at the Department of Military Affairs and we look at the reserve component with both the Air as well as the Army side, this particular agency generates, the last figures that were disseminated, anywhere from $12 to $17 million a year in terms of funding coming in for the payment of the reserve, as well as the active service members. And I say 12 to 17, it's a huge variance only because of the deployments. Whenever there's an uptick in deployments, and obviously there's additional resources that come back home for our Guam residents and our Guam guardsmen and women. So just based on the number, I think it's quite significant, and it's information that I wanted to share. On the drug testing charges, I understand that one of our colleagues would like to reallocate that. Just to let you all know, one of the reasons why that's being requested under that category is because there are certain locally funded positions in which there's a requirement 75-25, and when it comes to the locally funded component, any new employee being brought on board under the Department of Military Affairs, whether they be DMA employees or whether they be technician positions that are paid by fully funded federally funds, but locally hired personnel, that they have to go through the drug testing requirement per the government of Guam requirements. So that's one of the reasons why they incorporated that $500 based on the submission, and that's one of the reasons why it may be necessary in this case to continue to maintain that. But just to share just a couple of numbers, there's, I believe, anywhere from the Guam National Guard has been growing in terms of technician positions and DMA positions just in the last year alone, in anticipation of additional growth. And I've seen anywhere from 6, I believe, to about 9 new positions, of which some are 75-25. The 25% is the locally matched requirement, and of which some of them are 100% federally funded, but hired locally. So that's an example of the anticipated continual growth and increase up-tempo of the National Guard as we proceed over the course of the next year and a half. But I want to just clarify that and just share with our colleagues that when you look at an entity that brings in and generates anywhere from $12 to $17 million annually, and we're looking at investment level with local funds / special funds, in this case is not applicable, but of $1.1 million, I think the return is quite significant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Uggan. Senator Palacios?
Sir, just an observation. I don't see any funding for office space rental. I understand they're renting the annex at the GCIC. They have some offices down here at the...
It's under the recruiter?
Yes.
Federal?
Oh, is that because I see some National Guard staff there?
Yeah, those are the recruiting office, and that's 100% federally funded.
Just to make sure, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the Department of Military Affairs? If not, we'll then proceed to the Guam Council of Arts and Humanities. The Guam Council on Arts and Humanities budget will increase from the FY 209 request of $578,894 to $646,268. These are 100. I'm sorry. This is a matching grant, a matching agency in which there's local appropriation and a federal appropriation or a federal matching grant, which gives a total budget for the agency of hold on, let me just make sure. I'm sorry. Gives a total budget of the agency of $621,715. The federal matching amount on this is $281,300. The budget for the agency is in the process of recruiting for the recently vacated Program Coordinator 1 position as submitted in the budget request. The agency advised the committee that it does not meet the qualifications for an ASO. There was some concern with the Oversight Committee chair about the need for an ASO, and we were attempting to see if we could fit that into the budget. But based upon a review with the Department of Administration's Human Resource Division, we were advised that the size of the agency did not merit an ASO position, and so therefore that was not funded, and we funded the Program Coordinator 1 position. So office space rent is budgeted at $40,000. They currently have an office at the gallery up in Two Lovers Point. They've been sharing that space, and they had an MOU with the Department of Parks and Rec, but they have advised us that they wanted to find some office space more in the downtown, in the general area, accessible to the public, that will serve not only as an administrative space, but actually as a gallery space for local artists. And so we provided them funding for rent for that purpose. So this is, again, this is the budget that's being proposed for the Guam Council on Arts and Humanities. Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just have a what I believe to be just a technical amendment on page 103, line 14, just to replace the words Department of Military Affairs to the Guam Council on the Arts and Humanities Agency, since we're dealing with CAHA's budget in this section.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Thank you very much
and I'll put that in writing.
for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, so I submit that to you as an amendment.
Yes. On that amendment, no objections. The amendment carries. Okay. It is Senator Agud.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Just in looking at the allocation, you have on line 12 on page 102 an allocation for power, unless you explained it previously. And then you also have zeroed out on page 103. So did you want to transpose that to the appropriate page, or just leave it as is? Because I noticed that on 102 you have an allocation there, 43,111. Unless I'm not looking at the right page.
No, you are.
It's only it's a technical.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
I see what you're
Because
saying.
I was looking at power and it's zeroed out, and then I looked at the left page and there was an allocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Okay. All right. Any other discussion on CAHA or Guam Council of Arts and Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sure at this point people are getting sick of me talking about agencies that aren't part of the big three of public health, safety, and education. But as important as those are, art is one of the defining characteristics of any culture and any society. I mean, realistically, when we think back about the ancient Roman Empire, we don't talk about what their police force looked like. We talk about the art that they left behind for us all to enjoy. When we talk about Renaissance Europe, we don't talk about what their school system looked like. We talk about how beautiful the music they produced and the symphonies and Bach and Beethoven. When we talk about, and history remembers cultures, we remember what they leave behind. Because what they leave behind were what the cultures got to enjoy when they were alive and thriving and well. Art is an incredibly important part of every culture and every form of art, not just paintings or sculptures, not just indigenous art, but music as well, movies, etc., etc. Sometimes we lose track of that, and folks will say, well, it's not making us money, it's not business. We need to put it into schools so we can train people to be workers. And as much as I am a full proponent of workers, don't get me wrong, but art is an incredible, valuable part. And for anybody that says that it isn't part of an economic system, then you better do your homework. Because do you know what the #1 export of the United States is? It's not cars, it's not jets, it's not anything else, it's art. Believe it or not, the biggest export of the United States is music and movies, art. The deliverance of the American culture is art. It's Hollywood, it's music, it's sound, it's plays, it's movies. And we on Guam and our families on Guam and our culture in Guam deserve no less And the government must support arts and our culture. They must support arts in our society. And I believe you did a great job in coming up with this budget, and I'm going to look for ways that we can further enhance the arts on Guam. As a matter of fact, when we even talk about education, we know that kids can read better when they participate in art. We know the kids are better at math when they play an instrument. These things are all related to us, and we need to make sure that we support every aspect of our society and culture. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Any other comments? If not, we'll then proceed with the discussion for the Guam Fire Department, I believe is next. Thank you very much. The Guam Fire Department is the Guam Fire Department is budgeted to receive $22,219,558. In addition to the, and that is the total appropriation to the department, inclusive of special funds. In addition, it's also going to receive some federal funding that is slated for the department. The appropriation looks like a decrease from the last year's authorization, but in reality, last year's authorized budget included about $1.4 million from the Flame Fund, which was never available to the department because the Flame Fund generated, I believe, only $100,000. $22,000 last year. So the funding level, the actual funding level, is consistent with last year's funding level, even with the reduction of the Flame Fund appropriation. In addition, the department receives an increase for its staff to be implemented for the second of the 10% increase of the law enforcement pay raise that was authorized last year. So that is the major change in the department's budget as requested. There were no real major change from the amounts requested by the department. We also know that the governor and the chief has indicated that they expect to receive additional federal funding through ARA grants and the public safety component of that. In addition, earlier I read to you the listing of compact impact funds and the allocation by the governor, and the governor is allocating a portion of compact impact funds, I believe about 500,000, I believe, for the Guam Fire Department. So, Senator Palacios, I saw your hand up. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out through your office, of course, whether there's a position for the inventory management officer or property management officer. In my meeting with the chief, leading up, of course, preparation for this budget is that, you know, with the millions and millions of dollars in inventory of expensive equipment and other things, they don't have a management or property management officer. And so they are now utilizing actually a uniformed person. And I want to ask your office if that position is not included, so that perhaps maybe that position be included. We just recently, of course, authorized the Department of Correction on a separate bill, the hiring and permanentization of a position for property management officer. And I think that it is fitting that the fire department, with the inventory by the millions, actually keep their inventory, I guess, properly and in check, so that they know what they have and what they don't have. They don't have that now. They're just utilizing uniform personnel on a part-time basis to handle that.
Yes.
And if you can enlighten me on that, and also some need for mechanic, I guess, so that minor repair or change of a spark plug doesn't take too long, because now they have to go to public works or wait for that. They only have one mechanic. From at one time there were three. They're down now to one, and Those are the needs to sustain actually the support and operation of the fire department.
Okay. Yep. The inventory control officer was not part of the request by the department. They articulated that they were concerned about that position. However, they did not officially request for that position. We will, as we go through the budget, and if there are any changes, of course, and after we've complete DOE, certainly we'll come back and take a look at all of these areas where there were notations of concern,
Yes,
and see if we're able to find the additional funding, and then we'll present our recommendation to the body at the end before we pass the budget. So we've noted that concern. We'll continue to look for the funding for that, but it was not part of the official request by the department.
The latest information on the ambulance fee, 2 days ago I talked with the fire chief. They have already implemented since July, only with the HMO.
Okay.
And they're working very closely and nearing conclusion with the Medicare. The only problem now with the Medicare is that they cannot pay over directly to a non-medical facility, such as the fire department.
Right.
So they have, the fire department, for example, would have then to enter into an MOU with the hospital, and then the hospital will receive the payment and then transfer over to, but I urge them to pursue that angle because there is money from the Medicare.
Yes.
There's money. So, but they are realizing now an increase in revenue, and perhaps that would help to fund some of this, maybe mechanic and for the repair of those things. And definitely, again, I like to reiterate my request that you consider for a position in the, I guess, inventory management officer, even if we have to pay out of the overtime allowance somewhere there.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and we did the same at the public hearing, was recommend to the Guam Fire Department that they just have the hospital bill for them because the hospital's medically certified. You know, they have their billers are medically certified billers, and so that may be the quickest way of getting revenue to them, and then they just remit the payments to the ambulance with a small, maybe administrative fee. They can remit the collections to the to the fire department and at least get it going and get it moving. If they wanted to develop a billing department that gets Medicare certified later on, I think they can do that after they get the billings collections through the hospital. But I agree with you, Senator, and we made that recommendation also to the chief.
Of course, I'll continue, of course, to pursue the Medicare billing, but they have made a very good when they implemented on the HMO.
Right.
Yeah. Because this is all the insurance companies.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other speakers on the Guam Fire Department? Senator Uggan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that the oversight chair had alluded to the ambulance fee now being assessed as of July. Now, are those projected fees incorporated into the budget, and then my follow-up question would be, does the department have direct authorization without an appropriation to utilize all those fees?
The Special Accounting Service and this recommended that $100,000 is the official projection for the flame fund, which are, of course, the majority will be the ambulance fees plus inspection fees, special inspection fees and such. So based upon them starting to get it rolling, they felt comfortable with recommending $100,000, and $100,000 is appropriated out of the flame fund in this budget.
So if in fact additional revenues above and beyond $100,000 are generated, then they would have to come before your committee for additional appropriation.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other further discussion? If not, we'll then proceed to the Chamorro Land Trust. The Chamorro Land Trust budget is fully funded out of course, the Chamorro Land Trust Fund, of which is projected to generate about $575,000, and we are appropriating that amount. There's a little bit of a fund balance remaining, but we want it to be safe, and the new director wanted to just fund their current operations plus to ensure that they're able to continue to remain open and service the public, and any remaining fund balance, he's developing a proposal to spend that money with additional staffing and so forth, but it was not ready to be part of this budget. And we're working with him for him to submit that spending plan for that to resolve some of the issues that he has found in his new capacity there. They have a new director in Mr. Jesse Garcia, and he's trying to go through the different files and putting in rules and regulations for the commercial leases, etc., that are being made ready to be presented to the committee, as well as, of course, the body when ready. So this funds their current operation as requested by the department for FY 2010, fully funded out of the Chamorro Land Trust Fund. I have Senator Barnes and then Senator Taitigui.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I appreciate your explanation in reference to where Chamorro Land Trust is at right now. And I'm just, for the record and for our listening audience, as I look at power, water, sewer, and utilities and office space rental, I have 0 posted. And I just want to make sure that the area where they're at, where are they currently housed at, and why is it not being appropriate out of any of the object classes here? Zeros. Even their telephones at 0 capital outlay. Huh. Unless they don't have any formal.
No, they are paying rent. I can assure you.
I'm looking at I see the contractual services at 43, but office space rental, equipment, workman's, just everything straight down is at 0, and inclusive of the telephone. And I just want to know, is it coming out from a different object class category?
Oh, I know why. The rent and the power for the Chamorro Land Trust comes out of the non-appropriated fund balance of an account at the Bank of Guam. The Chamorro Land Trust had an account that is used as a TCD to use to secure the mortgages that they have as a loan guarantee for the properties that they have. And as part of that account, over the years, that account has generated interest, and they have been paying their rent and their power out of that account, which did not require legislative appropriation when the accounts were established by the legislature. So they have been paying their rent and their power out of that account, which is not appropriated and not subject to the appropriation of the legislature.
So that would be inclusive of the telecommunications that are...
Yes, that's correct. So their office operations are being paid out of this this account, which has been generated. There's about $2 million in TCDs. I think $1 million in TCDs that the Chamorro Land Trust has, and that is generating interest in addition to being used to secure the mortgages under the Chamorro Home Loan Guarantee Fund. And it is from that interest over the years which has accumulated, and they've been paying their operations for power, telephone, and rent out of that account.
And they're currently situated where?
At the old corn building in Anigua. That's their location.
So they're still there?
They're still there.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
I just want to make sure for the record, only because I see it, I see the appropriation classes, and I see the breakdown for the salaries and the contractual services. On the contractual services, if you can just reiterate on the 43,900, that breakdown is to consist
legal
fees.
services. No.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the previous speaker brought on to legal services that you'd put down in contractual, knowing that I believe it was $43,900.
That's correct.
And this was actually a debt that was previous, like in 2008 or something, or is it an accumulated amount from the years of not being able to pay their legal services? And you have addressed that by putting it in contractual already?
That's correct.
That has been addressed?
Yes.
Okay, that was my only concern. Thank you.
That's why the amount is that high.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my only concern. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? If not, we shall then move forward, and we will now be PBS Guam, formerly known as KGTF. Yes. The Guam Educational Telecommunications Corporation, now known as PBS Guam. The budget request for FY 2010 is 604,058. The recommended amount by OFB is 576,630, and that is the okay. The biggest change in the budget was the power. They have a new digital transmitter, which increased their cost there. Senator Agun, did you? Okay. Senator Barnes?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to be safe for the record, because I understand that I do know that based on the PBS, they do have a grant funding source that they work in, so they're like a semi-quasi governmental operation. Am I correct?
They also they receive. They just started a program this year for subscriber services. Plus, of course, they do their fundraising, their annual fundraising. So this is the government contribution to their operations.
So
they
again,
receive some federal grants for capital equipment, like their digital tower in the last.
Right,
budget
I
cycle.
understand that, and I know that they've been doing very well. But as I see again, as I look at the office space rental and equipment, all the object categories down from 15 to line items 1 and 2.
Right.
They have it at a zero mark. So again, the grant, the
yes.
portion from the grant will be
funds that. This is the general fund appropriation, and so those are funded out of the fundraising that they carry on, plus additional grants that they secure.
And there's no matching
No.
grant funds needed.
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now on chapter 6. This is the appropriation for the legislative branch of government. It is a status quo budget from the previous year's appropriation on both the operation for the legislature as well as the Office of Finance and Budget, no increases. So, Senator Rector?
Yes, thank you. I know everybody here is like afraid to increase the budget and likes to say it's status quo because the business community will get all up in arms and say nasty things about us. But I'll tell you, as a freshman senator, I really have to put in my 2 cents on this. You know, just tracking down the figures and going through these budgets and having your resources so that you can adequately go out and do the research on the numbers for the agencies that are under your committee and to do the research, it's an incredible amount of work, and it takes an incredible amount of staff so that you get numbers
that you can accurately trust and represent to the people that voted for us. And you know, sometimes we disagree on lots of things in here, but that's democracy. But unless we have access to the staff and the resources to do the work that the people elected us to do, we are doing a disservice to everybody on our island. And when we approve a status quo budget, just like with every other agency, really what we're doing is we're reducing our ability to operate by 6%. Because over the last year, we had a 6% inflation rate. So a real status quo budget would be last year's budget plus 6%. And if I can find the additional 6% somewhere in the future, I will add it to it. That is a real status quo budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Senator Respicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I also want to not only thank the previous speaker's comments for recognize as a freshman senator a lot of work that goes into running this legislative branch of government. I also want to recognize your committee, the Office of Finance and Budget, and yourself for having a budget that neither represents an increase or a decrease, and so we're comfortable with that. When I say we're comfortable, I want to say that we will live within our means, Mr. Chairman. This current majority found itself in a $500,000 shortfall. We went from 8 majority senators to 10, so we had to make up the difference somewhere. And rather than asking for a supplemental budget, we decided to figure it out. And the way we figured it out is we reduced our power rates from an average of $21,000 a month to about $16,000 a month, and that number is still decreasing. We reduced our paper consumption. We no longer print committee reports for every single senator, and as a result, we've also reduced the amount of waste this building generates, and we've terminated our contract with the trash collector, and we haul the trash up ourselves to ORDOT dump. The staff do that, Mr. Chairman. And we also instituted a 5% reserve, recognizing that the Department of Administration does not always give our allotments on time because of the overall cash situation of the government of Guam. So at this time, I just want to recognize every single senator, both majority and minority, for recognizing these challenges, and I want to acknowledge this entire central staff, our attaches from our clerk, our legal counsel, our sergeant at arms. I think these folks have just done a phenomenal job. I can't begin to underscore the amount of things this branch has been able to do, considering the shortfalls we found ourselves in. I want to recognize this Chief Financial Officer for constantly watching the bottom line. And if every one of us spent up to our appropriated level, we would have our own Payless Paydays within this branch. So don't let anybody tell you otherwise. We're doing exactly what the administration has had to do in terms of managing the cash. And I say this for the public benefit that not too many people see what the legislature does. But there's a lot of work behind putting the operations together so you can be able to present this budget to us in session, as well as all of the other public hearing requirements and everything that's required to run our operations. So I thank you for not cutting us, and I thank you for maintaining the budget to the legislature and both to OFB. And I thank you for the opportunity to recognize the entire staff of the legislature, of the different offices, and to say that this budget will carry us for the upcoming fiscal year 2010. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Spicio. And I know you're trying to cut down paper, but I still want to read all of the correspondence on paper. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to this chapter that's being Xerox. I don't know whether it's under this chapter, under the administrative provision, but I'll try it on this chapter.
Okay.
If you can give me a minute, it's being Xerox right now.
All right.
Thank you.
1 minute recess while we get the...
Promise 1 minute.
Okay. The committee is back in session. Senator Palacios, for your amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm utilizing the same language in the FY07, FY08, and even the current budget. And the first amendment is, of course, an amendment to Chapter 6 for a new section, continuing appropriation for the legislature of Guam for the unexpended balance of funds appropriated to the legislature for FY09 shall not lapse and is available to the legislature for expenditure in FY10. That's the first amendment.
All right. Any objections? No objections? Amendment carries.
The second amendment is the same version, except that the continuing appropriation is for the Office of Finance and Budget, and that is the unexpended balance at the end of FY09 shall not lapse and shall be available for expenditures in FY10 for the OF&B office.
Okay. Any objections? No objections?
Thank you,
The
Mr. Chairman.
amendment carries. Okay. Any further discussion? If not, we'll then proceed to the Office of the Attorney General. Just as a note, folks, the Office of the Attorney General receives a significant increase from the previous year's budget, but I do want to say and be fair that it is a little bit of a decrease from their requested budget. The requested budget originally came in at 26. The first budget was at 26 million. We sat down with them, and the second one came in at 21. And then we sat down with them further, and we gave them an increase of about $5 million from the previous year's appropriation. The close to 5. The of AG, of course, we funded the request. They have actually lost several attorney generals, and so we funded the vacancies requested for the attorney generals. We have one new vacant assistant attorney general, another assistant attorney general that was just recently vacated, an investigator 3, a legal secretary, an assistant attorney general in lieu of a legal clerk, a process officer 1, an investigator 1, a process officer 1, a legal clerk, a paralegal, clerk 1, and a telephone operator. The Attorney General also receives funding from the Child Support Division, of which we actually gave them an addition, 2 positions in that department to basically deal with the public. They really have a hard problem with that, dealing with the telephone system of these. And these are service, of course, to the children of Guam who are owed child support payments. And so we're making it a little bit easier for them, the parents who are owed child support, to follow up. In addition, we also funded $50,000 for the assessment for the upgrade of their computer system, the APOSI system for the Child Support Division. We've received assurances from the federal government, according to the Attorney General's office, that if we are able to come up with a program, a new software computer system for the APOSI, to replace the APOSI, which is old and continues to require hundreds of thousands of dollars in maintenance and software support, that the federal government will match every dollar we put into that system by $3. And so, yeah, we also, of course, in addition, even though we added certain increases in their budget, we also were able to decrease some portions of their budget. So the increase basically was in the area, like I said, of salaries and benefits. Contractual services was increased also to the $4 million level. Office space rental, they're going to have an increase in their rent come April of next year. And so we've anticipated that and increased that rent. Supplies and materials were also increased. Equipment was an addition, we increased that to $71,000. Drug testing continues to be funded at the Attorney General's office, and their telephone and capital outlay were also provided additional funding for a total increase of about $5.7 million. And so those are the positions. and the new resources that will be available to the Attorney General's office in FY 2010. Senator Palacios, did you have any comments? Or, oh yes, Senator Palacios then. On the office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure that you have looked for wherever ways to see how much you can appropriate to this office, which is one of the vital offices in the criminal justice systems, of course. Just to share with you, and it has to do with budget, but not at this moment. And I introduced a bill and I already conducted a hearing for which I would like to ask for support. And this has to do, of course, with there's a charge for notary public, for example, but DOA received the fee and deposited it in the general funds. And this happened because at one time in the past, about 2-3 years ago, when all these miscellaneous special accounts were lumped together and said no more of this and all the balances of this will go to the general funds, now they see that there's a need to collect that, the fee for notary public. I have that ready for a public hearing, hopefully, for consideration in the next session. I just want to make mention of that so that I can have a support for that. And right now, again, they are issuing more or less clearances from the AG's office because of requirements, for example, for ABC licensing and so forth, for which they don't charge. And my bill 177 proposes to at least whatever the police department charge for their clearance is maybe the AG would charge for the same amount if the AG clearance is solicited. And those fundings, of course, will go to fund those kind of operations. So I just want to make mention of that those kind of fees will be coming up for consideration, and it will continue, I guess, to enhance the ability of the Attorney General's office to increase the services to the people of Guam. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Palacios. Any other members wish to comment? If not, we'll then proceed. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Speaker Wampat and then Senator Muñoz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we were just handed a breakdown of the costs, I suppose, in terms to support the request for their increase. And we've gone through quite a bit of departments and agencies already, and what on page 2 of 3 in this first sheet that was given to us, if you flip it over and where I'm looking under supplies, is this somehow correct? And how many vehicles are we talking about? For vehicle fuel, approximately $1,200 per month times 12 months, to tune of $13,900. Has that been something that they had last year, and that this year again that we're seeing that same dollar amount? It's that sheet that you gave us, the breakdown that you gave us.
13,000 for fuel.
Yes.
Yes, they have quite a number of investigators and process servers and such, and that was the amount that was requested. It based upon the number of documents they serve, etc. It looked reasonable.
Okay, so you're saying
I spend about, all by myself, I spend about $400 a month on fuel.
Well, that's because you go everywhere.
Yeah, but that's only one of me. They have.
Yeah, but that's expected of us. We go everywhere, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay. On the other category for contractual, I'm not sure when you highlighted these items in the bottom, and this has been a problem for many years, and I know that we've actually made an appropriation at one time for the Allen Hauser case. And is this being funded here or not?
There has been, yes.
So
there have been partial payments made on that judgment.
Okay, but so everything that's highlighted, does that mean that these are partial payments?
Yes, that's the remaining balance.
Oh, these are the balances.
Yes.
So we're finally going to take care of all of these then fees.
Yes.
Okay, so that then would be part of the cost. Do you know what this total? I don't have a calculator but do you know what this totals to?
Yeah, the Attorney General had also requested a little over, almost close to $1 million in requests for payments that we actually took out because we just could not find that. For example, for their professional services agreement, which was an unknown factor, they wanted 160. We cut that to 100,000. GSA finance analog lines from 12,000 to 4,300. Equipment, unfortunately, we had to sacrifice them. They were requesting 114,000. We had to cut 25,000. So while they did receive an increase, they also we also had to decrease some of the other areas that they had requested. And oh, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah. So once again, those changes had to be made to try and fit within the available resources. Yeah. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also wanted to ask you, because you've indicated that there is that you're going to fund vacancies for recruitment. And do you know how many positions are we looking at here?
12 positions
12
were added to the Attorney General's office.
Okay, are any of those attorneys?
Yes.
Okay. So then this is my amendment then that I would like to make. And of the personnel funded by the appropriations contained in this chapter, that one assistant attorney general shall be assigned for the Department of Mental Health for the duration of the permanent injunction.
Okay. All right. Any objection to the amendment? No objections?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The amendment carries, and we'll make the appropriate adjustment in the language. Senator Wampat, are you? Thank you very much. Senator Barnes.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the good speaker did bring up some of the concerns that I had issues with, and those were already addressed. The only other thing that I wanted to make sure, and I'm just trying to read through a lot of this fine print, was on the previous fiscal year, the Attorney General noted that based on the positions that they picked up on the previous fiscal year, that there wasn't enough funding that was afforded over to the Attorney General's office at that time on the new positions that were already added for last fiscal year, and I just wanted to know if everything was addressed to date.
I apologize. I was looking at something else. Please.
No problem. The assistant attorney general positions that were picked up on the last fiscal year,
right.
I know that the Attorney General at that time had concerns about it not being
in their budget.
Right.
That's correct.
And I just wanted to know, as I was looking through the really
those
fine
are accounted
print.
for in this.
So they're
in this
all
budget.
accounted for, and all the reimbursements will.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why the Attorney General was challenged and was a little short in their current operations, was that in the development of that budget, just the timing, they had picked up some people in July.
That's right.
And they were not included in the governor's ceiling request to the legislature last
fiscal year.
This fiscal year. The current fiscal year.
2009.
That's right. And the way that was solved was we lump summed the budget and said, figure it out.
And we won't have a problem with that this term.
No.
Everything has been addressed.
That's right, because when we picked up the third quarter staffing pattern to appropriately budget for the positions, those are included in the third quarter staffing pattern.
Okay. Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Any other discussion? If not, no additional discussion, we'll then proceed to the Mayor's Council of Guam. the Mayor's Council of Guam received an appropriation level last year that needed supplemental this year, and that was done through a bill that was introduced by Senator Calvo twice. Once it was vetoed, and then we came back in this term and reintroduced it, and we supplemented them, unfortunately, by just 1.6 million from the 2 million that they had requested, and that then was passed, and the mayors were able to make up for some of the shortfall. Yes? It may not have been copied and handed out. Yeah. We'll be passing those out in a minute. Okay. The total request for the Mayor's Council of Guam is $8,956,671, and this is the budget that they actually need, inclusive of the power and the additional positions that they had requested. So we were able to give each mayor a couple of positions in recreational leader and community maintenance worker positions. And that accounts for all of the increases. This is the request of the mayors, and we funded the request of the mayors. We didn't fund everything that they asked for. We, I think, deleted about $400,000 from their request, and that was for additional office space, additional vehicles that we were not able to fund given the resources, but we funded everything else that they determined was critical to their needs. So the total appropriation for the Mayor's Council of Guam is $8.956671. Senator Muñoz Barnes. Right.
Again, Mr. Chair, thank you. And again, I applaud the fine work that you guys have done, especially when it comes to the Mayor's Council. Mr. Chair, we all know that the mayors are the 24/7 responders to all the villagers within their village, and I know that the requests that has been worked on, the additional request that has been worked on, I've been working closely with the mayors to see what alternative grant funding that we can look at to see how else they can acquire some of their needs, like the vehicles, to that effect. But one thing that I'm especially appreciative of is Section 6 on page 119, which was the street lights. And I know that was one of the major concerns for the mayors in reference to handling of the street lights and the need for them to relocate and to assess, and that being put in, and also with the grounds maintenance for the different schools. I know that the good speaker, Wampat, has been working closely with the mayors and with Department of Education to work the increases were needed because of the acreage that each of the schools had. And
okay.
The only other thing that I wanted to ask was the contractual services of the $16,000 and the $15,000 for supplies and materials. Was there a full delineation of where that was going to go through?
The 16,000?
Yeah.
That would be for the Mayor's Council offices. We'll pull that up. The Mayor's Council, this contractual services.
As you look that up, Mr. Chair, I just want you to know, that there's always a need for the mayors. They literally do everything that's within their community.
The 16,000 actually is for printing of stationery, envelopes, resolutions, and other forms used by the mayors and the Mayor's Council.
Okay.
That's what that 16 is for.
Thank you very much. Si Dios masi.
Thank you. Okay. In addition, of course, to the operations of the Mayor's Council, which is inclusive of the basic operations for the different mayor's offices, there are appropriations to other. I'm sorry, Senator Wampat. I'll go ahead and recognize you. Speaker Wampat.
Were you just going to do an overview? Is that what it
Yes,
is? Oh, then I'll wait until you finish that then, and then I'll go into the different sections.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to go and, I'm sorry, I was going to go into the different sections then, section 2, 3, 4. Did you have questions on those? Okay. So in addition to the $8.9 million, which is the operations of the Mayor's Council, the central office, and of course those in that appropriation, all of the mayor's staff and operations of the village offices are located are part of that appropriation. Power and water are inclusive of all that. They were also appropriations for the specific programs within the villages that have been carried out by the mayors in the past. And the appropriations you see in Section 2 are for the street maintenance and beautification, and that's an appropriation level of $1,036,000 from the general fund for the maintenance and beautification of secondary and tertiary roads and the operations of the mayor's office, but not for personnel. So these are only for the supplies and etc. And of course these are protected funds from the transfer authority, and these are divided up by $20,000 for each of the mayor's office, and then they're prorated based upon the village streets after that. The Section 3 is the island-wide beautification projects, and that is appropriated at $479.21 from the general fund, once again, to the island-wide village beautification projects. For recreational facilities under the jurisdiction of the mayors, maintenance, repair of the main roads, and the planting and maintenance of the village flower and other shrubs and beautification projects. Senator Muñoz Barnes.
When you're done with that, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to note that I was hoping to see also the provisions for carryover based on the funds that, and I don't see it in this section, so I was...
We can make that yes. In Section 4, the public safety and social education programs funded at a level of $447,735. Once again, this appropriation is coming out of the general fund, meant for public safety and social education programs that enforce alcohol regulations, reduce underage drinking, support traffic safety, reduce drug-related violence and abuse, and to support the Government of Guam substance abuse prevention programs, and to support organized sports programs in the community. Senator Tenorio, and then Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Do you have any of the programs that were kind of laid out for these appropriations there? Some explain. I guess I may have not seen these plans that were delivered to the Director of Administration. Were there any examples of where these funds are spent? Because they're laudable causes, but I'm just curious about how exactly they're accomplishing this mission.
Mm-hmm. There are the one program I'm keenly aware of is a program that's been put together by the mayor from Dedido, in which he has after-school program integrated with sports activities as well as educational component relating to drug abuse education and so forth. I'll defer to the chair of the oversight on the Mayor's Council for some of the maybe some of the specifics on this, and we can certainly ask for reports on these if that is something you wish to.
It's the only reason I bring it up is there's some of the best things you can do for a community. I mean, really is, and I'd like to see how the mayors are tying these things in, because public safety and social education, things that deal with reducing alcohol and underage drinking, supporting traffic safety. That's kind of a broad one. Traffic safety, drug-related violence. These are all laudable things, but we need to be able to tie them somehow in the programs that the mayors are doing. And maybe I need to do a little bit more research in this area myself and ask the mayor specifically, or ask the Director of Administration. But yeah, I'll defer to the oversight chair.
Yeah. Or the other thing is, of course, we have the I was looking for Angel Sablon's phone number here. I don't have it with me here. But he would also be able to, as the executive director of the Mayor's Council. These are the same programs and the same appropriation in last year's budget. So it's nothing new. I guess, and so I guess we could have done something last year with these provision. We didn't, and so I certainly
Mr. Chair, if I
understand
may,
the concern.
just for the sake, because
Senator-
there is,
And then Senator Wampat.
It was just a follow-up, maybe you can just kind of put this to rest, is that earlier, remember, we had spoken
Yes.
about it, that there are certain programs in certain departments and agencies where we're really asking for, like a performance budgeting. What have they done? What have they accomplished? And all that. So it's being prepared, and we're doing this by certain departments and agencies. So definitely, we can add this to that amendment.
Yes, that'll be fine. Okay, Senator Barnes, just
if I may, just based on your response to Senator Tenorio, I will check with Angel because the breakdown as listed on Section 4 calls for what it's for. There are specific programs in each of the villages, like Sinahanya has the Hurrah program, the education program, the after-school program, and it's just a plethora of each what each village is doing. And if you need an actual breakdown, what I could do is check with the executive director. So because if I'm not mistaken, they do have it.
They do.
But they all have similarities, and they all have, based on the mission that each fund based on this Section 4. They do have a specific breakdown, but some villages may have more than others, and just the creativity of what they call the names. Agate has some similarities of Sinahanya, but the names are different, and I don't know it literally, but I do know that there is a listing for it, and I'll make that available, and I'll ask Angel for it.
Yes, and once again, I emphasize, these is the same language in last year's bill with the same requirements. So, but we will ask for those that information to make sure we have them. Okay, thank you. Senator Uggan?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns of some of our colleagues in terms of accountability and receiving reports. It's my understanding that the respective mayors do provide direct reports to the main Mayor's Council of Guam organization. And one thing that I read in the newspaper, I believe it was about a week and a half ago, that there was a basketball league that had just concluded down in Molesto, where in fact there was a tremendous amount of participation, not only from the people in the south and Molesto, but some other village organizations. And that was one particular program, it's my understanding, I was told, that was partially funded by this mechanism that's incorporated in here. Also, you alluded to a lot of the other ongoing activities, such as in Deridu, and I was just told that also in other villages, inclusive of Jigu and Barragata and some of the others, that there are a good number of activities whereby these resources has been expended to be able to ensure that not only sports programs but also academic programs. And one thing that also the mayor of Deridu has been able to institute in her village was an ESL program, which is directly related to the social component of this title here, social education program, so that in fact for our individuals who perhaps may not be too fluent in the English language, that they can have that opportunity to be able, ESL is English as a second language, Mr. Speaker, that they have the opportunity to be able to be exposed to that particular program. So there's a number of programs, and the Mayor's Council, by virtue of assisting each of the individual villages and providing them some of these resources, have really taken advantage of the funding that was provided in fiscal year 09, and that will be concluding very shortly, in terms of promoting and advocating and instituting and establishing some very positive related programs, not only sports but also social programs that are very supportive of our youth as well as the individual constituents that they have in their respective villages. So I just wanted to share that with you, Mr. Speaker, because not only in speaking with the mayor of Deridu and just a few other mayors, but just to see about a week and a half ago that in fact Molesto had just concluded a basketball program where there was tremendous participation, I think really speaks very highly about the limited resources that was provided in that particular direction, and the mayor was able to successfully create a program or re-establish a program, a former program that was very successful in bringing the village members together, and also the entire island community in that particular athletic event. Thank you very much. I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Ogden. Any other? Senator Palacios is next, and then Senator Cabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I share the sentiments of the Senate colleague previous to the last speaker, a senator from Jigo, Senator Retinorio, I think, from Jigo. With respect to first the allocation of this fund, this is actually at the discretion of the Mayor's Council, and I think, Mr. Speaker, that there should be at least a minimum amount actually assigned to each village. And I'm just calculating, for example, in Section 440 for the 447,000 so forth, that maybe 15,000 of that be guaranteed to each village, which is multiplied by 19 would, and then the balance of which will be as approved by the Mayor's Council. See, what is here then is that it depends on how one lobbies for his project, because this is actually given over to the Mayor's Council for its disposition. And many of these programs are listed here. I mean, I can say that from time to time, I will see my mayor, for example, directing traffic, if that can fall under the support traffic safety. But I don't know how this is tied in, and I think there should be some kind of accountability just to make sure that the service is out there. I don't see many of these services. And for almost $500,000, at least give it to the mayor. And if the mayor doesn't spend it, then it will be available, I guess, for transfer among themselves. But I would like to suggest that there be a minimum guaranteed to each village mayor under Section 4, and likewise for under Section 3. Just much the same way when they did it for Section 2, which is for the, I guess, for the street maintenance, that there's allowance, there's 20,000, and then the balance of that will be as needed. I think the same approach should be provided under Section 3 and Section 4 of this, so that a mayor does not have to go and beg for it, for what he needs. There are mayors that are shy, there are mayors that are gung-ho, and they can get all that they want if they can just play politics among themselves. And we don't need a mayor to play politics to service people of Guam, especially among themselves. So I like to propose a certain amount. I don't know what will be the reasonable amount, but at 15,000, say 19 villages, it will be only 285,000 of the 447. There will still be remaining of almost 150,000 at the disposal of the Mayor's Council. Okay. I like to see that kind of provision there, rather than just the lump sum at the discretion of the Mayor's Council.
Shall we just take a short recess then?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll take a short recess.
Thank you.
Okay. The Committee of the Whole is back in session. We broke for the preparation of an amendment by Senator Palacios to Section 4 on page 117. Senator Palacios, your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the time to do this. And the amendment to Section 4 essentially, and it reads the sum of $447,375 is appropriated from the general funds. And then here's the amendment: with each village to receive a total of $15,000, that's for each village, with the remaining funds, of course, to the Mayor's Council for fiscal year 2010 to be expended in accordance with the plan approved by the Mayor's Council of Guam or the respective village municipal planning council and so forth.
All right.
And the main change here, the main amendment, is just to guarantee at least $15,000 to each village.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Senator Agun?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I think that when I look at this particular provision, it brings back memories of a particular legislative measure that was adopted several legislatures back. And it almost had very similar, if not the exact language for public safety and social education programs. And that was established several legislatures back, like I alluded to a little earlier. Under the guidance of that program, which was codified, it was required that, in fact, the Mayor's Council formulate their own guidelines and SOPs in terms of how those funds were going to be distributed. It's my understanding, and based on information that was just shared with me within the last 20 minutes, that was exactly what was done. Before the disbursement of any of those proceeds, the Mayor's Council had to adopt their own policies. And what they did, by virtue of adopting those policies, was allocated across the board through 19 villages the proceeds of that appropriation at that time. And basically, one of the things that I don't oppose the amendment at all, Mr. Speaker. And in this particular case, when you're allocating $15,000 across the board to every single village, and then you're allowing the Mayor's Council of Guam to allot or allocate the remaining balance, certainly would be supportive of it would be consistent with a policy that was previously adopted. But I just wanted to share that information, that something in this vein was adopted many, many years ago. I don't know if it's still codified. I did request some assistance and guidance from our legal counsel, and I take it that it is still codified, but it's a different funding source, and I recognize that, Mr. Speaker. But one of the requirements of that, and it delineated, and I want to thank our legal counsel for doing a little bit of research, under the guidance of the Healthy Futures Fund, which was previously established. And just to provide a little bit of history, Mr. Chair, if I may,
it's almost 5 o'clock.
That's where the general concept, okay, I've got 3.5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Just in terms of what the legislature, the intention of the legislature at that point in time was to address several factors. In this language, which is still in the books, it would address health, education, public safety, and social programs. And it would allot for matters pertinent to the legislature, community-based drug and substance abuse. So it really delineated what the requirements and how the funds were going to be expended. And it also required that on a quarterly basis, the revenues or a report be provided through the Department of Administration. Now, perhaps that may be a venue or an avenue that can be taken in terms of redefining this provision, which is codified in law, and continue to allow that flexibility to the Mayor's Council, because it delineates, Mr. Speaker, really the true intent of what I see in section number 4, is providing resources to the mayors in the respective villages throughout the island, and ensuring that those resources, although they're limited at 447, that they be utilized to address public safety and social education programs. And I wanted to mention that because this is perhaps the allocation of these resources is very consistent with what was previously acted upon by the legislative body. And I think by virtue of providing the amendment, it may resurrect similar ideas in terms of making sure that the legislature is in receipt of some of those guidelines, and perhaps is not reinventing the wheel, but reinforcing the previous invention or previous decision and policy that was adopted by the Mayor's Council of Guam. So in this case, one final comment I think that I need to share and repeat, Mr. Speaker, is that when we look at the $447,375, which was appropriated fiscal year 09, those proceeds, and it's kind of interesting how we discuss budgetary matters and then we receive continuous communication that yes, those proceeds are being adequately and properly expended for these programs by the mayors, the respective mayors of the island of Guam, and that there are all programs that directly address the public safety and social education aspect of our community. And really, it's reinforcing bringing the community together and providing at least that avenue where people can recognize, look, there's a lot of very positive alternatives that can be carried out other than getting involved in negative activities. So I certainly support not only the allocation of the resources, but perhaps trying to reflect back on the pre-existing program may be appropriate in this case, but I have no objection in terms of the allocation provided here in the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? If not, any objection to the amendment? No objections? The amendment carries. We are now on section 5, which is the ground maintenance for the schools. This is the program that was started last year to allow the mayors additional resources to continue to cooperate with the village mayors for the cutting of the grass around the public schools in the specific villages. They'd been doing it for free. They couldn't support and sustain it to do it without any additional resources, and this body put this appropriation in place through the efforts of our speaker. And Speaker Wampat, you wish to speak on this section?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not just to speak on it, but more importantly, I'd like to just make some minor amendments, and if I may, on page 117, on line 12, that rather than put bi-monthly, because I know there's a significant increase, is just to put 24. And the reason for that, because normally what it would be is that on the dry season, then they normally do 1 cut, and then on the rainy season, then they do 2 cuts. So rather than just limit it to bi-monthly, just to say that there'll be 24 cuts.
So the amendment would be on line 12, strike the word bi-monthly and insert for responsible for 24
24 cuts, I guess.
24 cuts. 24 cuts, regular ground maintenance?
Of regular ground.
24 cuts of regular ground maintenance. On that amendment, no objections? Amendment carries.
The other amendment is on line 14 at the end of the word contract. I'd like to add that a mayor may contract with a private entity to provide the services authorized by this section. The mayors were able to do this this school year, and some have chosen to do it on their own.
Okay. Is that in writing?
I'm sorry?
Is that in writing?
Yes, I do. I have it here in writing.
Oh.
This one I do.
Okay. Can we make sure the clerk gets a copy?
Yes,
So
absolutely.
after the word contract period, the new sentence would be a mayor may
May contract to a private entity
to a private
to
entity
provide these services.
for this to provide these services.
Yes.
Okay. No objections to the amendment? No objections? The amendment carries.
And the other amendment that I like to make is that on page 18 118 is to delete line 6, which has Liguan Elementary School.
Okay.
Delete line 10, Estumbo Middle. Delete line 11, Okudu. And delete 16, Adakao. All of these schools are under a regular contract with the companies doing all of the maintenance and grounds for those schools. So by deleting all those, what we need to add, however, on page 119, under Tamuning, will be the JFK Tuman campus.
Okay. But, Madam Speaker,
Yes.
did you want to? JFK should be under construction and shouldn't need any grass cutting, or
Well,
That was the assumption in the budget. But you're right, we may need, the
we
field may still need to be.
You're right, the field, because normally
Okay, so
they have been
did-
allowing them to use the field.
So under Tamuning, you would want to add JFK?
Yes, and
And what
like
is the amount?
20,000.
20,000 for JFK under Tamuning.
And
Any
so-
objection to that amendment? No objections? Amendment
And
carries?
then, of course, the same amendment that we have made earlier, general amendment.
Then the
about,
balance goes
The balance,
to,
you're right, so the balance really would be $29,950.
goes to the Department of Education?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And then the last amendment would be on lines 14 to 17. That is actually a repeat of,
Oh,
so I want to just go ahead and delete
just to
that.
strike that?
Yes.
Okay. On line, page 119, line 15 through 17 is a repeat of the word of the, a restatement of section 5, the beginning, on page 117, lines 11 through 14.
Yes.
So we would just strike those lines out on page 119. All right, no objections to that. That amendment carries. All right, are you, you may continue, Madam Speaker. Okay, Senator Palacios.
Just a technical, going back to 117 on page 11, again the sentence construction here. Line 11, subject to approval and scheduling of public schools principal, period. I think that should be comma, then of course the
Comma.
mayors are responsible.
Yes,
Technical.
okay. All right, on that amendment, no objections?
Thank you,
Amendment
Mr. Chair.
carries. All right. We are now on line, oh, Senator Uggan, did you want to speak on the ground maintenance? No? Okay, so we are,
Can I just, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I guess I should,
Madam Speaker?
take care of these things, just to kind of explain to our colleagues here and to the listening audience, is that what we did here, and if you noticed from what it was last year, is that there's actually been an increase anywhere between, $1,000 to even $3,000-$4,000 for every one of the schools. So there is a significant increase. It's based on an acreage per acreage, and I know that you may still hear from approximately maybe 3 mayors who have actually gone out to get some RFPs, and the amounts were 5 times more than what we were actually appropriating here. And if they were going to do it themselves or even get somebody else to do it. But based on the acreage, I couldn't very well just put in the amount that they were requesting for. So we were actually looking at approximately 3 villages. So if anyone wants to specifically discuss that with me, I can let you know what the numbers are and show the differences between them and even the total acreage per school.
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're now on section 6. Senator Rector and then Senator Uggan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment that I have passed out to everyone and in writing, and I assume you've gotten a copy of it, yes? Thank you. And there's one typo and something that got screwed up when it was printed out. On line 3, it says may public street lights. It should say many. And at the bottom of the first page, the sentence that's missing, it should be continue operation of street lights as specified herein, are the 2 words missing at the bottom there.
Okay. All right.
At the bottom of page 1, there's 2 words missing at the bottom that say specified herein. Yeah, on page 1. I don't know why the formatting just cut off at the bottom. So the last sentence should read, as required to continue operation of street lights as specified herein. I just want to make sure we understood all those on the amendment. Okay. And now if I can present the amendment.
Thank you very much. Just to note, gentlemen, the appropriation for the streetlight, this appropriation is for the relocation in the mayor's. The amount of the appropriation of the streetlights is on page 128, and that amount is over $5 million. So, okay. Senator Rector, on your amendment.
Thank you. And this might not be the appropriate place, but as long as we were talking about streetlights, I thought it was as good a time as any to put this in. We've been working on this for quite some time. As all of my colleagues know, and all of our citizens know, funding of streetlights and keeping them turned on has long been an issue. And it's always been an issue for me because the current funding mechanism of putting a $36 fee on every car registration per year is an incredibly regressive tax. Streetlights are a benefit to each and every person on our island, whether you are living in Section 8 housing in Umatic or whether you own a hotel down on San Vitoris, we all benefit from streetlights. And it's not fair when a person that's making minimum wage of $7 an hour is paying the same amount for a streetlight to keep streetlights on as, say, a hotel that has only one car. So basically what this does is it just takes the streetlight fund, the cost of streetlights, rolls it into the power rate structure for large businesses who are big users of power, and then the PUC will adjust and monitor it at all times. And then it repeals the current funding mechanisms for streetlights and takes away the $36 a year fee. So we'd actually be saving people money while at the same time funding our streetlights and making life better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Rector, I'm trying to read your amendment and trying to read it in consonant with what is in the budget bill. Section 6 is the section which appropriates $100,000 to the Mayor's Council for relocation of public streetlights in the villages. It does not add any new streetlights. It does not provide any additional appropriation for the operation of the streetlights.
Right.
It does not change the appropriation for the streetlight. And so I can see the Section C being germane with Section 6 of this provision. And so, because you are now changing the cost of that relocation from the appropriation to GPA. Now, I'm just going to ask for just a short recess on this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee of the Whole is back in session. Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After long discussions with lots of folks involved, including yourself and legal counsel, this is a fairly complicated matter, and the amendment, as though it's fairly simple with just 2 pages, it is fairly complicated. And so because of the way this is spread through the bill, for right now, I hope you will allow me to withdraw the amendment I just proposed.
All right. All right. There's no objection on the withdrawal of the amendment? Okay, amendment's withdrawn.
Move to adjourn or recess.
Or can we just correct one thing for the speaker? Speaker Wampat?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate this, and I hope my colleagues would understand that I need to go back to Section 5 because I was thrown off with the word bi-monthly, and I went ahead and put 24 cuts. But when I did the calculations, it was actually for 18 cuts per year. So rather than 24, it would be 18.
So no objection on the motion to reconsider and change 24 to 18? No objections? The amendment carries?
Yeah. No?
No, that was on Section 5. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on Section 5?
It is.
Okay. Section 6. Senator Argun?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just had a brief conversation in regards to the allocation of the application of this provision and the allocation of the $100,000. And just to clarify, because I know some of the mayors were a little bit apprehensive about saying, hey, we have absolutely no skills or abilities to be able to relocate streetlights. And just based on our conversation, you had clarified the allocation here, and that is basically there is a relocation fee that is assessed by Guam Power Authority, and this would be an arrangement between the Mayor's Council of Guam and the respective mayors with GPA rather than possibly looking at outsourcing it and contracting it out. So that's my understanding, and I just want to clarify that because I know some mayors were somewhat apprehensive about physically having to relocate streetlights. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you very much. Section 7. Okay. Are we Senator Barnes? Yes.
Cesar's Manasi, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity. I've got to at least try in the efforts for the Mayor's Council. I'd like to add an amendment, if I may. I do have it. I haven't printed out, but I just want to say that adding a new section to Chapter 8, and it would be Section 8, and it would just say the unexpended balance of funds appropriated to the Mayor's Council for fiscal year 2009 shall not lapse and is available to the Mayor's Council for expenditures in the fiscal year 2010. Mr. Chair, really important. I know that there was a list of requests that was given to you as oversight. I mean, as the appropriations chair, and I understand and I respect the hard work that the committee has done, working closely with the oversight. My office and making sure that we try to give the mayors everything that they requested for, but of course with a lot of the budget constraints and all that, we fell short on some areas, but I do know that there may be, according to the executive director, there may be some unexpended balances from fiscal year 2009. I just want to be able to protect that, and I'm hoping, I'm hoping that my colleagues give me that opportunity to support this amendment. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to put it on the floor.
On the amendment to allow a carryover provision in the language as stated and read by the good Senator. Senator Ogden?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly would like to extend my support to this amendment, and because I take it the author has not wanted to kill any more trees, it's more or less a very similar language that was previously passed earlier today. But as an elected office, I think that the Mayor's Council of Guam perhaps should be given this flexibility in terms of allowing the carryover unexpended appropriations provided, and this is a provision that has been provided to the Mayor's Council of Guam in prior fiscal years. So in this case, I certainly stand in support of this, and the only concern I guess I have is whether in fact there's a reporting mechanism to allow for either the Mayor's Council of Guam or even the Department of Administration to provide your committee with timely information in terms of exactly what may have lapsed over and carried over into fiscal year 10, because I think that that's very critical information for your committee so that you can continue to maintain oversight over the allocation of the expenditures of these resources. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I won't have an objection if he wants to amend it to that effect.
Actually, we can find out. They don't have to report. We've been pretty good at that. Okay. On the Mayor's Council, we have concluded that. If I could beg the indulgence of the members of the body, I wanted to. There's no objections to the motion, right? That emotion. I'm sorry. The motion carried. The amendment carried. Senator Respicio, just real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that I was going to put in miscellaneous provision, but I think it's more appropriate to put under the Attorney General section on page 1.3, so that we can be very clear what we're attempting to do here. So we can go back very quickly. It doesn't amend the budget or anything.
Okay.
What this language does is similar to what we did with Senator Wampat's amendment with mental health and the consent decree. I think if the legislature adopts this amendment and the Attorney General is mandated to have a staff attorney to focus strictly on the consent decree issue with respect to the Lejon site and the receivership, they should also focus on what we can do to get out of receivership, and that's what this amendment does. And I offer it up for your consideration.
Okay. And that's been
copies have been made,
copies have been made.
and
Okay.
everything's been passed.
That'll hopefully save us $2.5 million a year.
Yes.
Thank you very much. On the amendment, no objections. The amendment carries. Does the body wish to continue? Yes. Okay. We're now on the Office of Public Accountability. Thank you very much. The Office of Public Accountability is a slight decrease from the previous fund from the previous year, but it is exactly what the public auditor had requested for her division, or I'm sorry, for her department. It also, yeah, right. It also funds the vacant positions that she requested, and that would then the vacant. And it provides for the management analyst and auditor positions and an investigator position within the department, which have been vacated. The Office of the Public Auditor is in transition in terms of the position descriptions through the consultation with the Department of Administration. They are transitioning from management analyst position to auditor positions, and so there are positions that have been vacated and continued and are funded in this request. It is basically a status quo budget with a very slight decrease, but that was due to, of course, the decrease in the position levels as they are filled, but it's not a reduction in any of the existing obligations. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard you said that they're authorized to hire for an auditor and say management analyst. I don't see here unless the funding falls under that section later on here on the vacancy pool.
No.
There's nothing noted on.
They're not subject to the vacancy pool. We funded the positions in the salary
But
line
where
for
is it
those
here?
vacant positions.
Where is it here? It's not on page 122.
I'm sorry.
It allows for increment and promotions of $2,000 and then nothing else.
It's in the general salary, regular salary.
Oh, so it's in there, so
Yeah,
it's not like the other
Right.
agencies here where there's actually a notation.
Right. We didn't do that in the vacancy
Okay,
because
okay.
in the public auditor as an elected office, we didn't.
Oh, I just thought that the department falls under the vacancy pool.
No,
and,
no.
In which case, I would like to make any specific notation.
Yeah, no, we did not.
Okay, then,
We
you.
left those in her staffing pattern.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion? No further discussion? Senator Rector? Yes. And then Senator Wampa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. first, I'd like to say how important the Office of Public Accountability is, and commend them from doing some phenomenal studies and reports and audits that they have produced. And it's giving me lots of information and facts and figures that I don't think we would have ever had without this office. And they're worth every cent that we're investing in them. That being said, as you mentioned, they are currently transitioning over. Like, if a lot of folks don't realize, at first she thought that they could hire unclassified employees and pay them whatever she could get in the budget to pay them. But thanks to certain legal cases in court, we have found out that that is not so. Employees of the government of Guam must be classified employees of the government of Guam. So now that they've slotted into classified positions, all of a sudden she's having trouble recruiting and retaining staff. And so she's asked for us to raise the salaries of her positions. And as you and I both feel, like the unified pay scale is the unified pay scale, and a rising tide lifts all ships. I don't care if you're a doctor or if you're a janitor, you all deserve a decent standard of living. And so I was not keen on raising one class of employees unless we raised all class of employees. So she's a little miffed at me because I wasn't going to introduce that bill on her behalf. But that being said, we will address a bill to raise everybody's standard of living, and hopefully that'll allow her to recruit and retain the high qualified staff that she needs to make her office function. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Senator and Speaker Wampat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the section, line 23, water and sewer appears there, and then on page 122, line 22, we have another $600. So my amendment is then on this line 22 and page 122, that $600 would actually go to DOE. Did you gavel that in already? Oh.
No, I didn't gavel that one. No, that was not the gavel.
Okay, shucks. Okay. But that is an excess. So that's my first amendment then, is on line 22.
So your amendment is to
take the 600 in line
funding
22
and send it to
the
DOE, of course.
DOE bank.
All right. Any objection to that? No objection?
And the other is that on page 121, on line 23, my understanding that is for bottled water, and I'm kind of thinking, gee, for 5 individuals, $600 for a year. So I think that doesn't even belong there. It actually should go up maybe to supplies and materials, but I still want to reduce that by half to $300.
Okay. So the amendment would be to actually take the $600, reduce it by 3, send 3 to supplies and materials, and the other 3 to DOE.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. All right. Any objections? No objections? Amendment carries. Any other discussion? Okay. We are now at the Guam Board of Accountancy. This is the amendment for the Guam Board of Accountancy as determined by the board itself. This is mostly a contractual service that is provided pursuant to a contract entered into by the Guam Board of Accountancy, and it is for the administration of licensing and testing of certified public accountants on Guam. We have individuals coming from off island who take these tests. They're graded, administered, and that's the function of this department or this board. It is totally funded from the revenues generated by the testing. Senator Rector and then Senator Uggan.
So then this has 0 general fund revenues, and so we're just basically reappropriating the money that's generated.
That's correct.
For everybody that comes in. So then my next question is, if this is a successful venture where
we're actually attracting test-taking tourists, so to speak. Maybe we should raise the fees so we can generate a little extra revenue to give to GPSS. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I'm done, thanks.
Thank you very much. Senator Uggan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just on a note, that fee was adjusted several years back. Mr. Speaker, in reference to the Guam Board of Accountancy, I don't know if a number of us have been monitoring really their activities and how they're expending their resources, but I was privy to take a look at 2 of their previous financial reports, and I think that when you're talking about maximizing efficiency and living within budgetary constraints, and then also realizing a positive net revenue base upon the conclusion of the fiscal year, I think that this one particular entity needs to be commended for that, because they've been able to reach out and branch out and acquire some additional services and continue their operations, but continue to realize some positive net gains at the end of every fiscal year. So I just wanted to make that general statement for the record. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Uggan. Any other discussion? If not, we'll then proceed to the Guam Visitors Bureau. Senator and Mr. Chairman, did you want to make the presentation on this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The committee just took the projected revenue that they anticipated. We understand that the news reports are up and down. One day they say they're doing well, and another day they say that they're not. So we just left the revenue as they had projected. We took out the amount that is due to the to be paid on the bond.
Yes.
We left them with the operation as they had presented in their budget. And with that, we figured that there was about $1 million in funds excess for pass-throughs. And so you will see that starting on Section 3, there are right now 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are pass-through recommendations by the Committee on Tourism. And I've distributed a proposed Section 8. In my discussions with you, I guess my math was off and my abacus was broken, that there was about $50,000 left over. And Parks and Recreation, or there was a difference in your calculation and my calculation, and that there was $50,000. I'm proposing a new Section 8 to try to upgrade or do some renovations at Epal Beach Park. That is the jewel, as it were, of the parks down there. And so I'm proposing that, well, I put 52,000. You said there's a difference of about 50. We can quibble about the two, but anyway, they had sent me about $450,000 worth of additional upgrades they wanted. But the committee had looked at it, and we thought that maybe if we could use the money for this to improve Epal Beach, we would be investing well in improving destination Guam, to fix the roof at the main pavilion and the additional pavilions. They said they needed $12,000. We need to fix the padding for the shower, and the bathroom at the amphitheater is down, and so I thought if we provided them $25,000 too, as they had asked for, we could get that repaired and taken care of, because that is right at the very start of Epal Beach. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will accept what we as a committee, we tried 2 different meetings. We finally did vote on these. It's not everything that they asked for. I mean, because of the fact that we had to put $520,000 to a contract to clean the bathrooms, and I think some of us were invited to a tour of the bathrooms earlier this year. And so there's a $500,000 contract for to do all the bathrooms. We didn't have all the money that we thought we could, and so consequently everybody was given less than they had asked for their pass-throughs. Some of them considerably less than what they had asked for, but it was the committee's determination that this was the most equitable way of dividing this up, taking care of Destination Guam, taking care of trying to improve the cultural aspects of Destination Guam, and also to make sure that when our visitors come to Guam, that the bathrooms are clean, the parks are clean, and we make a positive impression on our visitors. And so I ask for approval of the appropriations as the committee has recommended.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Speaker. Mr. Vice Speaker, while you were talking, we were kind of redoing the calculation, and we came out, I apologize, but we came out with 49,364 as the balance. But the 52, the 3,000 can be picked up with the current fund balance.
Yes.
Okay, so that'll be fine. Okay, so that is the presentation on. So the appropriation to add this new section to be a section 8. Senator Uggan, are you going to show your? Was that showing your support by raising your hand to vote yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was showing my support, but I also wanted to just share a comment.
Oh,
And,
okay.
You know, we keep looking at Guam as a visitor destination, and we want to reach that threshold where, in fact, we continue to be recognized, if not already, as a world-class destination. And I think that the Vice Speaker really has hit the nail on the head, so to speak, in terms of identifying a particular requirement that we need to visibly show that our visitors. But, you know, most importantly, I was there about 2 weeks ago at Ipao Beach, or the Governor Flores Beach Park. And apparently when I was glancing around in some of the shelters, I think that it was very obvious that it needed refitting and renovation and upgrade. And with the exception of that one primary restroom facility, which is used extensively right next to the beach, aside from that, the others need some additional attention. So I want to commend the Vice Speaker for moving in this direction and recognizing that, in fact, that's a beach park that certainly needs to be upgraded. But most importantly, I personally feel that the Governor Flores Beach Park, the Ipao Beach Park, in this particular case, is really one of the most used beach areas by our people. And by virtue of upgrading these facilities, I think ultimately it's not only going to be utilized by our visitors, but most importantly by the people of Guam, our Guam residents. So I want to put that notation. Thank you very much, Speaker Ben.
Thank you very much, Senator Uggan. Any other speakers on Section 8?
Just one clarification. Well,
no, let's take a vote on Section 8. Any objections to Section 8? No objection. The amendment carries. Senator Cruz.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. For some reason, I thought in my Bill 204 that I thought you guys utilized to put the things in here.
Yes.
I thought that I had set aside some money for the territorial band, and it doesn't seem to. Oh, it's in another section?
Yeah, right. It's in Kaha.
All right, thank you.
Yes. Speaker Wampat, and then Senator Ada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to delete Section 4. And I'd like to take that $15,000 then and to increase the appropriations to Section 6, which is the Guampedia. So it go from 125 to 140,000, and I have the amendment here.
Okay.
And I spoke. What?
On the amendment?
Okay.
Okay.
All
right. The amendment by Speaker Wampat is to delete Section 4 and take the $15,000 and add it to the appropriation for Section 6, the Guampedia project. On the amendment, any speakers? Senator Spodon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I understand the amendment that's been proposed. However, if we are going to give it to the Guampedia, and I'm just going to basically inform the body of the conversation I had with the members of Guampedia. They weren't looking for more than 132,000. So why are we giving them 140 something? I mean, I'd rather give it back to the DOE if you want, Madam Speaker. But I would like to maintain actually some of that money in the Guam Educational Council because there is some merit. I understand. I mean, we actually reduced the amount that they had requested, and but to give, and I believe in the mission of Guampedia. But again, I don't believe that, I don't believe they need that total amount, because that's not what they represented in my office. They were looking basically to cover the salaries of the 3 personnel in there, and I think the total was 132. So to give them the full amount of 15,000 would, I think, not be appropriate at this point in time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any other discussion on the amendment? Objections to the amendment? Objection? On the amendment, all in favor, please raise your hand. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Senator Uggan? Amendment carries. Okay, I just wanted to, I also wanted to make thank you very much. On section 6, though, this will be I'd like to just make a technical amendment. The appropriation should really go to the University of Guam. That's where Guampedia is located now. So rather than to the Guam Visitors Bureau, it should read University of Guam. And strike out Guam Humanities Council, and it will read the Guampedia Foundation. They are now a fully fledged nonprofit foundation. So on those amendments, no objections? The amendment carries. We have concluded the discussion on the Chapter 10. We are in, oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry, Senator Ada. I did see your hand up. Senator Ada.
Mr. Chairman, I just, as I was going through, in Chapter 12, Miscellaneous Provisions, there's a Section 6 there appropriating $100,000 from the general fund to the Guam Visitors Bureau for the operations of TASI. If first of all, I guess I would, just as a matter of form, maybe that particular provision should be put down under Chapter 10. Okay. But probably more important than that is I really need to get a better understanding of the rationale that justifies this $100,000 appropriation to TASI.
Okay. TASI is an organization where the acronym stands for Traditions About Seafaring Islands. If you would indulge me, it is a nonprofit organization. It is a educational as well as cultural preservation organization. They are involved in the teaching of traditional sailing methods of the ancient Chamorros. The most recent project that they completed was a project for the construction of the Saina, which is a 30-foot Sakman canoe, in which they completed their sail to Rota and back recently. They conduct education as well as within the schools on traditional navigation methods using stars and waves, trying to restore the ancient navigational skills of the Chamorro people. They also conduct outreach programs to the schools. They were recently granted a license to construct a traditional Guma Sakman down in, they have one over here by the Paseo. They have a license to build one down in Ipao Beach. They were given a portion over by Ipao Beach, the closest pavilion there, to replicate an ancient traditional Sakman house there. In addition, of course, to providing traditional sailing lessons, and they run a summer camp program. They have a budget that they've submitted that outlines the use of the money that is being appropriated to them. So that is the project, and it's to continue that project for another year.
Thank you.
We have now concluded the discussions. We will recess until, if I may just indulge the body, we finished the appropriations, but we still have DOE left in order to respond. We are meeting with the Speaker's office. We would like to be able to meet at least Monday morning with the staff of the Speaker's office to finalize those appropriations. We just met yesterday with the Department of Education, and we are going through those numbers, trying to finalize the budget for the Department of Education, and would like to reconvene session at 2 p.m. or Tuesday at 9 a.m.